What's up, everybody? It's it's me, Pickle Vosh. I haven't watched Rick and Morty in so long. I don't even remember what Rick sounds like. What's up, everybody? Nice shirt. Thanks. It's a regular T-shirt from Abercrombie and Fitch. You remember to snort some Addy? Shit, no. No. Did you see the 3 frames that he was just on screen? You were supposed to boof them? Oh, I already did that. I just didn't take the Adderall. I've already boofed it, of course. Have you seen this? What? Info about the hearing on Trump's DC case. Cool. That's a Washington Post link. Thank you. What in God's name? I have to post this on... Wait, I have to tweet this. Obviously, I have to tweet this. How do I get the video file? Bro boomer? I'm not my editors. Incredible what people can edit in a day. Share button. But if you share it, you're sharing a link that people have to click on, and it's not the embed, and nobody will click on a YouTube link. You have to embed it. No, it embeds? It embeds it? Wait, really? How? No, you're right, chat is dumb. Yeah, I know I'm right, because they think I'm talking... They think... They're thinking of a Twitter link, not a YouTube link. I made this, I'll send you the link. Yeah, email it to me, dog. Fuckboy Theory, this is fucking great. Thank you very much. Yeah, right here. Quick promo credit by Fuckboy Theory. I'm giving you my highest honor, okay? Stealing your content. I love you guys. New channel trailer. Oh, fuck. How funny would that be? As the channel trailer. Hey, what's up, everybody? Are you disappointed with the behavior of Jenk and Anna Kasparian, your favorite TYT host? Have you noticed that lately they've been shifting to the right and it feels like there's no reason for it? Folks, do I have the solution to you? Move from liberalism over to socialism. Come try socialism. Folks, we don't have civility politics over here, okay? Socialists, they hate civility politics. Go check out a liberal shitposter on Twitter, and what do you get? You have people making Donald Trump jokes, you know? Check out a socialist shitposter, and you can't. They've been suspended for death threats, okay? We love our comedy here, folks. So what I'm saying is, give me money. Give me money. I want as much money as TYT. More, even. I want all of your money. Give me your money. Fuck, they're both so good. God damn it. This would have been so easy if it was just one great one. But it's 2 great ones. What the fuck? God damn it. Spotify? Yeah, the editors put up some stuff on Spotify. Are you really on Facebook? Nominally. Can't you use one for one channel, one for another? Okay, I don't actually want to change the channel intro based on, like, a temporary beef with TYT. I do, however, love these. Both are great, but first one is better. First one is shorter, which probably sells better for posting. I think I'll put the first one on Twitter, but these are both going in the halls of fame. Maybe edit out the TYT stuff then. If it if you edit out the TYT stuff from this channel intro, then you're left with my existing channel intro, the actual one that my channel actually has. Fuck investing in education. If you want to skyrocket America's average IQ, take everybody who uses woke as a noun and put them on a rocket ship to Mars. Bring it in for the... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. True, by the way. Exceedingly true. Wait, are you familiar with Alden's number?
I believe so. I'm not exactly sure on Alden's number. I do know about...
I literally just made that up. You're completely full of shit. There's no such thing as Alden's number.
Can you describe to me what critical race theory is?
So, in layman's terms, I don't have the academic definition up here.
Are you mad? 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 Anyway.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between trans women and women.
Wait, there's a difference between black women and white women, but they're both women, aren't they? There's a difference between tall and short women, big booby and little booby and no booby woman, black and white woman, but they are all women all the same.
All right, well, anything for the gays. Effective. Since I got them, nobody's commented about my dick. Plane crashes, desert island. You wake up, but somebody else, the only other survivor, woke up before you. And they have collected all the coconuts, the only food sources on the island. They have them. They're theirs now. And they say they'll provide you coconuts so long as you suck their dick. Now, the only question is, do you consider this a coercive exchange? I was the first person to beat Bloodborne.
No way. I don't believe you.
Yeah. No, I'm an idiot! That wasn't fair.
Pull themselves up by the bootstraps, my man.
You unironically believe that? You know that meme, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, was initially coined because it's impossible, right? You can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. They're below you. Gorillas are way the fuck cooler than we are, okay? They're monkey-pilled.
Who based?
Just about to bust the film. We did it! With just about half an hour to go, a 24-hour stream, all to raise money for the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Again, a worthy organization, an absurdly high donation target, and an audience generous enough to meet it. What an unbelievable combination. My God, people. God, it's so fucking based. What a legacy. What a legacy. What a lore dump. You're smiling so hard. I mean, it's literally like a hype reel of some of my favorite moments on stream. And this was made 2 years ago. Like, I legitimately think in terms of like good moments, like this could be 20 times as long with the stuff that has happened since that. Like, it's still great, yeah. Have the Palestinian children been doing good lately? I'm happy to announce that since our fundraiser stream, all problems in the Gaza Strip have been fixed and all Palestinian children are doing well. We did it, folks. We did it. Congratulations, everyone. We did it. The PCRF $250,000. It was enough. We did it. I'm really glad we did the PCRF stream because I learned a valuable lesson about fundraising because I didn't really understand all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes into fundraising. All that money went directly into my bank account, and then I transferred the money directly to the PCRF. Now, I need you guys to understand how much of a fucking tax and bank nightmare it is to move $250,000 when you don't have any financial knowledge, okay? Holy shit. No wonder, okay, that was the only time we're doing that. From now on, it's all through, you know, like, other donor, oh my God. My hand like shaking as I try to explain to the IRS, like, okay, I know it says that I have $250,000 in income this year, but I swear to God, that didn't go to me. Fucking, oh my God. Oh man. The fucked up thing is that that year was also the year that I misfiled my tax location for YouTube in California, which has a high state tax, rather than Washington, which has no state tax. So in addition to me having to explain to the IRS, I also had to explain to the California State Franchise Tax Board why I had allegedly like $500,000 running through the state with no taxes paid to them. And I had to be like, okay, I'm going to provide you more evidence than you've ever seen in your entire life that I've been a resident of Washington this entire year, okay? I'm going to send, okay, here is a 4 terabyte folder dump, okay? This is everything. This is everything, please. Where'd that other $250,000 come from? The channel, to me. That'd be legit terrifying. It was. It took 8 months for me to fix it. It took 8 months where I thought I owed the state of California like fucking $30,000. Holy shit. Vosh, do you not have an accountant? I misreported the information in my 1099. Or not, whatever it's called. The thing to Google. The accountant had nothing to do with it. Because the accountant just got the files and was like, oh, okay. Like, but it was given from the... Yeah. It took... I spent so much time on the phone. Wait, you can transfer money from accounts and not pay tax? Well, yeah, it's if the income goes to a charity, then it's not taxable. Yeah, like if you donate to a 501c3, then that income isn't taxable because it's gone to a charity. No, the State Department did not question me on sending money to Palestine. Yeah, it's yeah, through certain procedures. It's a whole thing, but yeah. Trust me, I know that me and the IRS and the California State Franchise Tax Board are square. Because if we weren't, they probably would have let me know from the 5 million hours I spent on the phone with them. So you got a nice tax credit from that donation? No, because the donation wasn't my money. The donation was the money from the charity stream. All of that money was slated to go to the PCRF. So I didn't get a tax break from that. I just didn't pay taxes on that portion of my income. Thank God. Thank fucking God. You can download the first TYT channel trailer from this link and post to Twitter. Can you download videos from Imager? Barry, your favorite TYT host, have you noticed that lately they've been shifting to the right and it feels like there's no reason for it? Folks, how do you download from here? You can just literally right-click save video as MP4? Oh my god. Wow, that opened the save to file right to the porn folder. That's great. Cool. Glad that's on my other monitor. Jesus Christ. That is a big dick. All right. The IRS saw all that too. Oh, I'm sure. Who downloads porn? I downloaded a lot of porn when I was like young, but you're right. Like the older you get, I feel like the less you can, because when you're like 18 or whatever, it's like, oh my god, what a hot video. But you don't let you care less. I certainly do. The only stuff that I save really is like animated or drawn stuff because there's artistry to that outside. The older I've gotten, the less impressed I've gotten with like actual filmed sex, and certainly with photos of people having sex or being naked or whatever. Largely because I've seen a lot of it, and I mean, people are cool and hot and all, but there are limited permutations within that particular archetype. But not so with like drawn stuff. Drawn stuff is cool. Speaking of charity, are you doing the charity stream for Hawaii with Zan? He said he'd bully you into doing it. Did he? I'll have to think about it. There's some big stuff coming up. You guys don't even know how big it is. You can't even fathom how big it is. But I'll give it serious consideration. Let me think by the end of the day. I don't know if I'll have a response by the end of today, though, because today is Furman's birthday. So I have stuff to do in that side of things. But by tomorrow, certainly. Excuse me. Shh. Vermin's still sleeping. Can I just post this? Hold on. Okay, I'm posting the video to Twitter. I probably shouldn't add any caption, right? The video on its own is fine. Uploaded 100%. Post. Does it work? Hey, what's up, everybody? Are you disappointed with... Perfect. All right, guys, go and boost. Boost like you've never boosted before. Yeah, of course I'm going to give credit. I'll reply with it. Get the fuck over there, guys. Fucking... We need you to boost. We need you to boost. Link, it's the top of my Twitter. Boost. Boost, 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 boost. It's too funny to not boost. All right? Honor the work that went into this by boosting. Hey, what? And, at Fuckboy Theory. Is that a Twitter handle? Let me check. It is not. Fuckboy Theory. What's your Twitter handle? Good boosting, guys, but keep at it. Keep boosting. Boost, boost, boost. Brent Bucci for the Twitter. Hell yeah. Fuckboy Theory. You've done us a service most valuable. Thank you for all the work you put into this. I love this. And I bestow you with a follow. Something I normally only grant to shit posters and trans sex workers who follow me too. What an honor. What an honor. So, at Brent Bucci for this amazing... No, for this art. Fantastic. Is that a pathologic desktop? Yes. Such is life, not Anna Kasparian. Keep boosting, guys. We need it to 1K. 1K, and I'm not gonna... stream doesn't start till it hits 1K. Boost, boost, boost. I want to see boosting. I want you to boost. All right? That's what I want. Get in there, team. Can't, I'm banned. Then make 15 more alts and boost. All right? You guys know how this works. I'm permaban lol. That's literally the point of the video. Make it your pinned tweet. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. What's highlight? Probably like a blue check thing. Highlight is dumb as fuck. It's too bad because I feel like it's a good idea in concept. It kind of sucks that, like, your Twitter page is so ephemeral. I think it would be kind of nice if you had two things to your profile, one of which was a feed, a chronological list of what you tweet, like, retweet, whatever, and the other one would be a curated list of, like, a couple, maybe at most, like, 5 to 10 or whatever, that people could switch to get, like, a gist of what your profile is about. Like, you'd have, like, it'd basically be, like, a couple of pins, you know? Like, one pin on your feed can be the one thing you want to focus on, and then the highlights can be, like, you know, switch to that to see what the deal is with this thing. Imagine that for artists. I think it'd be great. Nice job, team. All right. Excuse me. Here's some hopium for chatters who think they're socially doomed. What? Oh god, what am I about to look at?
My name's King Moksu. 6 months ago, I weighed 441 pounds. I
Thanks.
found out I had liver disease, type 2 diabetes. Overall, my life sucked. I hated it. From that point forward, I devoted my life to eating healthy, going to the gym every single day, and trying to be the best version of myself. I had never really been to the gym before, so I had pretty much no idea what I was doing, but we figured it out.
Whoa, Jesus Christ. Not even for the bit, man. You can't joke about that shit. Oh my god, you can die this way. Holy shit.
So I had pretty much no idea what I was doing, but we figured it out. It was hard in the beginning. I was struggling to lose weight at first.
I don't understand what I'm doing wrong,
But
dude.
flash forward to now, and I'm down 90 pounds. And I have a girlfriend. Look how cute we are. I know. So excited to announce that I've started a fitness clothing brand called Jog Junkies. Jog Junkies is a worldwide collective of people that just want to better themselves.
Ah, fuck. Guys, there's like a 90% chance this is fake. The girlfriend, the weight loss is real, but like there's a decent chance that the whole thing is like fake. Sorry. Hey, listen, okay? I support look, the profit motive corrupts everything, okay? I fully support the girlfriend is what blew it for you. No, the ad promo thing is what blew it for you. Also, I'm almost positive that I've seen posts of these two before, and she's also an influencer. These things should be viewed with suspicion. Multiple influencers, ad promo, like, yeah. But hey, that doesn't mean the process doesn't work. It just means that content creators are clout sharks. What's up, SDL? We should talk soon. The concept is inspirational. Do you plan on going over the One Piece Gear 5 discourse? I don't know, like, there's no real drama. One Piece is like the most famous, popular, successful anime ever, right? I don't know, like, I really think there are just people who are shit stirring with like, oh haha, it's like goofy. I don't know, what is it? I don't even care about the anime. I like the manga. Links. Thank you, Dino Smash. Okay. Okay, that's enough links. Thank you. From Ben Burgess, responding to Vosh and class reductionism. This is a 2-hour live stream. This is not a video. Well, it is a video, but it's not a curated video. Holy shit, who's this fucking handsome devil with a furrowed brow?
Is really all about the politics of
it. Really is all about the politics. I agree with him on this. Okay, so we're in agreement. What's this link? New. America is a rich country. Britain is a poor country with one wealthy region. People love to compare the UK to Mississippi, but it's far more informative to look at UK subnationally, too. London ranks fairly well. The rest of the country does not. Holy shit. That is bad. So what this is saying is that in terms of GDP per capita, if you got rid of London, which is like the financial capital of the world, basically, then the average GDP per capita in the UK, all of the UK, would be about comparable to the state of Mississippi. Huh, interesting. According to this chart, Seattle has the second highest subnational GDP per capita, with San Francisco being on top, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah, London relies heavily on international finance, but I really don't think people understand how much I'm not exaggerating when I say that the UK is a dead country. I genuinely mean that. Like, yeah, no, austerity, it's like, it's over. Like, it's over and it's not coming back. This is the reason why the UK has pivoted so hard into the trans hate stuff as like a political focus, because it's a way of distracting people from the political reality that they're fucked and it's over. You know? God damn. In comparison, Germany is pretty equal here. Look, I mean, even America, we talk about America having severe income inequality, but it's, you know, I like regionally at least, not really. I mean, not compared to the UK at least. American culture war is being imported here. Okay, to be fair, the trans shit from the UK is not like America imported. You guys did a lot of that yourselves. And by you guys, I mean J.K. Rowling, like, single-handedly. It's honestly less about the trans shit as it is about immigration. It's so fucking funny how petrified, like, the UK is of immigration when, one, you get less of it than any other European country because you are literally across the channel. And two, it's to your benefit. You desperately need workers. It's so bad. What is the age? Well, hold on. Age brackets UK, like this, like the thing for China. Okay, not bracket. What would be like age distribution? Here we go. United Kingdom age structure. Yeah, guys, this is a problem. Okay. Notice how the mode in terms of age is people in their 50s. Isn't that what most countries look like? Well, this is the problem with the UK is that they're not bolstering it with immigration. That's what like America does. It could be so much worse. It could be, but like, why would you not want immigration? The average the immigrants are young on average. This is literally the average industrialized country. Look, I am making a point that no, this is not worse than Japan. Stop! Shut up! Immigration fixes this. That's the point. Why is this bad? Because this huge lump of people right here in their 50s are going to retire in a decade or two. And when they do, they're going to be a massive burden to the economy and there won't be enough young people to support them. Immigrants help with this because they're young. On average, immigrants tend to be young. The US by comparison? The US is a bit better. For us, the mode age range is right where I am, like late 20s, early 30s, which is about the peak like working point. We do have a bump over here with the boomer generation. The difference being that over here in the United States, we're not that psychotic about immigration. We take in like 1 million immigrants a year, which is good. See, you can see, like comparing right next to them, that it is tightening down at the bottom for the UK and widening at the top. I know that doesn't seem like a significant difference, but we're talking about a difference of like millions of working people, like proportional to the population of the country. It's significant, you know. Also, Americans die earlier, which helps. Yes, we are executed by our government when we're 65. That is true. Won't the free market account for that? Yes, it will. Let's take a look at how the free market accounted for Japan. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, my goodness. Oh, good lord. The two largest bumps in population in Japan are in people in their late 40s and people in their early 70s. What about China? China's pretty bad, too. Plus, they have a huge gender gap. Oh, dear. The consequences of the one-child policy. This bump of people in their 50s who will be retiring soon, these are the people who were born right after the Great Chinese Famine, And then this bump of people right here in their early 30s are right when there was a relaxation of their I think at the time it was two-child policy. There was a period of relaxation that led to a boom. Anyway, of all these countries, the United States has literally the healthiest age chart. Look at that. How did China enforce their one-child policy? Unequally. Do India, then Brazil? Okay, we're just going over links at the beginning. Hold on here. We'll look at India, because if you want to see a country that's on the rise, not to say they won't have problems to deal with later, but you can see pretty clearly, this is what people might describe as a boom age chart right here. In fact, it's almost like the platonic ideal of one. It's basically like a picture-perfect representation of a country that is rising. Excuse me. This isn't sustainable long-term, but for right now, it's I thought people were having less kids in America. They are, but we've had a leveled off replacement rate for a while now because we're such a developed country. Look at Russia. Okay, last one. We're going to look at Russia. No, we're just looking at Russia. All right. Now, if you look at this, you might notice some problems. Just a little bit of wonkiness. Just a little bit. Slightly. Want to know what this difference in men and women are right here? World War II. Do you think 70-year-olds fought in World War II? Chat. 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 A lot of it is the Afghan War. The Vietnam War? They weren't in Vietnam. We were in Vietnam. The Afghan War itself did not lead to that many Soviet casualties, but the overall process of conscription, military engagement, training, and so on, far more Russians died from being in the military than from actually, like, in combat, you know? Also, the suicide rate in Russia is really high. And men tend to kill themselves more because men are more emotional and irrational. Also, the alcoholism rate. Well, everyone over there is an alcoholic. Is any of this related to work camps? I don't think so. Not so much. I mean, certainly it contributes to something, but this is just a colossal difference in how many men versus how many women lived to this point. And I think it has a lot more to do with suicidality and military culture. A study estimates that about 50% of male deaths in the last decades is due to the alcoholism problem. Remarkable. Vosh, 80% of all Soviet men born in 1923 died. 1923 was 1 century ago. The gender disparity gap continues all the way to Russians in their 60s. We're talking about stuff that, I mean, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was in the 80s. That was 45 years ago. It means this group right here would have been born during the time of the invasion, which means that this group right here would have been of military age during the time of the invasion, more or less. If you imagine that they're conscripting a 20-year-old back during the invasion in 84, so they would have been born in 64, which means they would have been 36 plus 23, which is 59 years old, which, yeah, would have put them right here, you know? Any older and they would have fit in this gap. It's right around that time. Why is it always ladies that live longer in these charts? Women tend not to be conscripted for war. Women tend to live longer due to social pressures on men to perform more dangerous acts. And also, biologically, females are just a little bit sturdier. I think it has to do with the heart. I think it's something about the heart and the immune system, I think, where just the configuration of a woman's body, or of a natal female's body, is just slightly sturdier than a male's by about 2 to 3 years. But that's not this. This is not like women outliving men through biological means, okay? Look at this gap. This is clearly other stuff. Vosh transphobe moment. Well, actually, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of the things that cause women to lead longer lives are affected by hormones. So trans women would benefit from those changes. Not all of them. For instance, height is one, because the shorter you are, the less strain you put on your organs, like your heart. And I've heard some people say that estrogen shrinks you, but I don't, maybe. But obviously, trans women on average are taller than cis women, so it's not like 1-to-1. But probably, yeah, taking estrogen probably would flatten out your living curve a little bit, make you live a little longer. Transing to age max now, Vosh. People do that. It's getting more and more popular for people to take either testosterone or estrogen shots as they get older, in order to maintain like a standard rate of hormone production for longer than a body normally could. Older guys are like, because you don't want to drop, you don't want to be like low T. As a guy, your body kind of relies on it a bit. Like you need a healthy level, and likewise with estrogen for women. Yeah, why not? I mean, if it's not harmful, sure. Immigration is good for us, Nana Wood. It's good for everyone. What do you think we should do about the population imbalances? Immigration! Immigration, really? Also, realistically, we probably need to take elder care a bit more seriously, Like our current practice of dealing with old people in America, which is where we send them off to like a prison/rape ward where they get molested by sicko nurses for the rest of their, old lives. Probably not the best solution we could have come upon. I genuinely think that those like big communities where you live semi-autonomously, but you have like a button or two in your house you can press for help, and you have like nurses come by to do like laundry or what, like that kind of shit, I genuinely feel like that's probably the best thing that you can do with large groups of old people. Because the thing is, it's one of those economy of scale things, right? Where if you're sending old people off to like a home or whatever, that's really expensive and economically inefficient, because it's like, 50 people live in this like basically hospital that they live in 24/7. Like that's fucking expensive, right? But what if you just had like larger communities, neighborhoods even, where it's just like, oh yeah, and if you're an elderly resident here, like here you go, like and for this we'll have a person visit like now and again. Like maybe it's like I don't know, slightly higher rent on average, but it would be like a normal living situation. So otherwise, you could even have a multi-generational household. So maybe you have like 2 people in their 40s and their parents need help, but they need to work. So they can like go off to work and be in a multi-generational. It's like, well, who will take care of my father? Well, that's what the neighborhood is for, right? A lot of people really don't like to treat old people like they're real. Like, basically, it's like the capitalist grind, right? You spend your early life getting educated so that you can get a job, and then you spend the time that you can work jobbing as hard as you can, and when you can no longer job, you're just kind of like a burden hanging off society. This is very much like a Western thing. They respect their elders in Japan. It's like unironically better. If you ever notice that in anime, it's like really common for people to live with their old grandparents or whatever, that's better. Hispanics like to do that too. That's better. It's more humane. Like, let's be real. But do any of us like the idea of being put in a home by our children? There's just this weird callous disregard. I don't live with my parents because I wanted to move to Seattle. I don't want to live in fucking Beverly Hills. But, like, I love my folks. If I had, like, a nice big house, I would, like, totally live with them. Like, for sure, yeah. I feel like the aversion to that is born out of this juvenile grindset Western idea that you have to arrange your entire living situation like some kind of Patrick Bateman cryopod where you keep everything clean and, like, hyper-personalized and everything has to be quiet so you can bring someone back to fuck them every once in a while. And, like, it's just a weird arrangement of priorities. It's like, damn, man, that's like your fucking family. I'm also a big fan of these. Hold on, let me see if I can find, like, an image of what I'm talking about here. Okay. Houses, shared garden inward. I think I've shown this on stream before. There's a very specific kind of housing development that's rare. It's not very common, but it should be, is what I'm saying. Wait. Group of houses. Shared lawn. There we go. Let's see if that... No. Okay. Circle of houses. Shared lawn. Inward. Okay, go back to garden. Shared garden. Okay. Fuck. This looks like super dystopian. This isn't what I'm talking about, but it's like the... Okay, kind of like this. I'm getting, like, psychotic results from Google right now. They don't want you to know the secret that I'm trying to impart upon you. But it's kind of like this, all right? Except forget this, like, stupid, overexpensive villa. Forget this rich people bourgeois bullshit. But the idea is that you have neighborhoods arranged by street, and then rather than having two houses that face opposite streets, you have the two rows of houses face inward, and you have, like, a shared fence and, like, a garden in the middle. So the idea would be that, like, you're in a sub-community in your neighborhood, where if you walk outside, you're not opened up into a road that just sort of cuts through everything, but into, like, a center space where you can get to know your neighbors. And I always thought, like, man, if you... So again, forget, like, these stupid houses. Like, imagine this is just, like, a cute, like, 2-bedroom house or whatever, or a townhome. Yeah, and then, like, going out, and then, like, your parents live, like, right across the way. Like, you can literally wave to them from your kitchen window. That's, like, so cute to think about, you know? This is what you're talking about? A cottage court? A cottage court! Yeah! Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Let me find the best representative. Like this. Again, it doesn't all have to look like Hobbit homes or whatever, but look at that. What? Continue. Like this, see? It's really efficient, too, because this way you don't feel like you need a lawn for everyone. Because you just kind of have, like, a shared space, and it encourages, like, community and that kind of stuff. Keep in mind that, like, there is literally no reason this couldn't be done or be more common. I've lived in places that are kind of like this. It's not, like, super uncommon or whatever. But I just think it's a really good way of doing stuff. Here's an example that would be more like an American Southwestern home style. See, this is what I'm imagining in, like, America, right? Because Americans love their lawns. But isn't this so much better than just, like, a suburb? In terms of overall space, this takes up about as much or less space than that. But it's like, you go outside and it's like, oh, you're, like, in a little enclosure. And if you want to get out with your car, the car goes in the back. Like, it parks into a spot in the back that exits out on the road. I really like this one. This is ideal, right here. That's really cute. If you want to drive in, then you have the lot that parks in from the back adjacent to the road, and if you want to walk out onto the road, you exit the front, and then there's a path that goes right out to it. There's, like, no inconvenience. You know? It's a little panopticon-y. I don't think so. If I lived in a situation like this, I don't think I would feel intruded upon at all. I mean, you could draw your curtains if you wanted, but I feel like it would just encourage you to get to know your neighbors. But can you imagine living here with, like, friends? Like, imagine you have a partner, and you're here, and then your folks live here, and then you've got, like, a bunch of friends who live here, like a friend and their family, or something. Like, oh, man, dude, it's like return to tradition, you know? I mean, like, literally, though, it rebuilds the village mindset in a way that is really healthy, I think. Yeah, literally, Vermin. It's perfect. Look at how cute this is. Thank you for the person who linked the cottage court thing. Now that I have a term for it. Look, that's a bunch of people. Look. They're all, look, they've got a little shared garden. And it's enclosed. They don't have to listen to road traffic because they're far away. They've been sheltered from the noise of the road. And they can all just go out there and play fucking poker or whatever. This is socialism. Socialism does not exist anywhere in the world except for this specific cottage court. Okay, what if I dislike almost all people? Then you can go live in the isolating, alienated, like, single-unit houses that exist all across the world right now. You can have the rest of the world, all right? Is this to reduce care costs for the elderly? I just think this would be better for people in general. Vosh, land price is the problem, not people. This takes up less land than this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses all facing inward. The combined lot and land space of those 6 houses would be equal or greater if they were spread out across their separate lots. This is more space efficient. Ah, that'd be nice, Vermin. Oh, I don't know, Hudson. I like medium density housing. But guys, I'm not. Ooh, what is wrong with you guys? You can do this in medium density housing as well. This is just like the cottagecore thing. You could do this with townhouses. You could do this with... Guys, you realize that right now we're literally just taking a look at a miniature cut-down logic of Barcelona's super blocks, right? We're looking at the same logic of a super block, just cut down in a smaller format. It's exactly the same thing. See? Look there, medium to high density cottage core. Okay? Now instead of a bunch of small single family houses facing inward on a garden, you have a bunch of apartment blocks facing inward on a collective shopping, tourism, and eating area. There, whatever. It's the logic. I'm just talking. Oh my God. But not every part of the world can look like this. A lot of the world is going to be medium or low density under any economic system. And as long as there are going to be suburbs, and there always will be suburbs, let's make them nice suburbs. You know? Then how do you solve the population problem? I don't know. What do you mean? What? Fix the leftist audio. I sounded like Charlie there. Fix the population problem. You want me to fix the population problem? Yeah. Just... Cat on the wall! Sorry. It's Always Sunny is such a good show. I'm really glad that I got bullied into watching it by Vermin. Thanks, Vermin. Okay, why do people keep linking me clips of Hassan? What is happening? How are we 50 minutes into stream already?
Is a substitute, if that were the case. No.
Hassan?
Child is being used. Yeah. It's all animated.
Yeah.
And he...
Why does the audio sound like that?
Would you use the word evil of animated child pornography? Because I certainly would.
No, I would use evil only with behavior. That's where we might differ.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta say something here. Hasn't fucking, like...
No.
Isn't this...
No.
Like, 10 times worse? And this is not even a defense of Vosh's statements on this matter, but like...
Who linked this saying Hassan defends you? Is that what's happening here?
Isn't this 10 times worse than like anything even Vosh or Destiny has ever fucking debated? Why do right-wingers unironically fucking lose their shit at those guys constantly talk about this, which I think is gross.
What the fuck? Defending me? I don't constantly talk about what?
Have to like legitimately defend everything from this.
All right, okay. Thanks for the defense, guys. Phenomenal stuff. He said right wingers are talking about. I think. Well, he's basically saying like, dude, you know, the right's constantly going on about how much Vosh and Destiny talk about pedophilia. I might have misread. I don't know if I want to be known as the guy who's 1/10 as pedophilic as Dennis Prager. Okay. Showing off your new cup? I've had that for a while. Audio of Twitter executive Nick Pickles getting grilled in the Australia Parliament for trying to defend his company's decision to reinstate an account that posted child sexual exploitation material. Is his name really Pickle, Nick? Is this real? Pickles, Nick? Okay.
We have a zero tolerance to the content, but we may, in the view of the account itself, feel that permanent suspension isn't the proportionate response. Accounts dedicated to distributing, accounts engaging in this, we want off Twitter, off X as fast as possible. But there are cases globally where people do share this content out of outrage. And in those cases, we do look at whether removing the content is the appropriate response.
Well, I'm sorry, but if I'm outraged by some content, I'm not going to share that to make the point. But what I would do is, if I am a consumer of that type of material, you're now...
Okay, there's a far-right conspiracy account called, I don't remember, that posted media from a very infamous video of a young girl getting raped and killed in order to make a point about how the left is pedophilic or whatever. I don't know. It's one of those like this is the sick shit they want, like points at their 4 terabyte child sexual exploitation material file. And of course he immediately got nuked off of Twitter, you know, from high orbit. He got like thermonuclear nuked. And then Elon Musk personally stepped in and reinstated his account. Because he so again, it's a Nazi account. He's a Blittler account. He's Dom Lucre or something. It's like Blittler shit, basically. Crazy guy. But anyway, Elon Musk personally stepped in and reinstated his account, and they're talking about that. It took 3 days for the post to get nuked, actually. Okay, they tentatively and hesitantly banned him, and then personally reinstated him.
I'm just saying, if I just share that in the pretense that I'm outraged, that's okay.
Well, it's actually a crime.
It's a crime, and it should be suspended permanently. There is no excuse whether you're posting something through outrage, which to me just is not logical, that your account...
Yeah, the logical conclusion, or so first of all, it's where that like child sexual exploitation material is something called, what is it called? Automatic liability? What's the legal term in America where like there's no extenuating circumstance? Like if you have it, you're going to jail. There's a term for that. It's strict liability, right? So there's under no circumstances is I was posting it to point out how bad the left is an excuse, right? Like in a legal sense. But also, I like the implication of what Elon is saying, where you could have theoretically a bunch of pedophiles trading child pornography on Twitter, but as long as they pretend they're sharing it as like outrage, that it's fine. So you'll have a bunch of pedophiles going, I bet the left would love this, posts 400 images of child sexual abuse. Oh, that's disgusting. Well, I think they'd love this, post like video of the, it's like, as long as they're pantomiming how angry they are over it, it's like, ah, well, you know. Vosh, and then they tried to say a leftist was spreading the child sexual abuse material and had screenshots in their articles about it, which was a lie to distract from the right wing. Who said that? Was that Elon who said that, or was that like right wing media who was trying to defend Elon that said it was like a leftist who posted it? Because Don Lucre is absolutely far right. Yeah, posting CP on Twitter but shaking their head the entire time so people know they disagree. Exactly.
Should not be permanently suspended. You can see why we don't have a lot of faith and trust in what you're telling us here today.
And certainly this is something that we do see regularly. Again, to use an example from the terrorist space, it's not the exact same, but similarly, after the Christchurch attack, the majority of people sharing that video were actually sharing it to call outrage, to express sympathy. This is actually quite a significant problem. When you look at the research from groups like the Internet Watch Foundation,
they should be suspended anyway. There is no excuse for resharing that sort of material, whether it's related to terrorism or whether it's child exploitation. If somebody's sharing that material, they're still sharing it. It doesn't matter why they're doing it. They should be suspended. That's the only way that you're going to...
Imagine being this guy and having to defend Elon's decision here. Because Elon literally owns the company. There's no, like, if he wants to keep his job, he has to defend Elon's personal decision to unban the... So he's like, so he can, like, he can either be here and get fired, or he can be here and go like, well, I mean, and like, that's it. Like, that's it. Those are the only options.
Enable people to have confidence of what's happening on social media platforms and what's happening now on X.
Thank you for self-censoring there, Beetle, or I'd have to tell you not to Fed post. What's up, man? So Australia's national broadcaster is shutting down almost all the accounts on Elon Musk's X. Can we just call it Twitter? I like how they still have to keep the Twitter logo in the background here, or people won't know what they're talking about. The one thing that... Okay, in spite of its current ownership, there is one thing that makes Twitter magical, and that thing is the fact that everyone commingles. So you can have people who are gimmick accounts who post pictures of crocodiles every day, and you can have politicians, and the crocodile account can ratio the politician so hard that it makes it almost impossible for them to get a message out. It's beautiful. It's genuinely beautiful. That's the magic of Twitter. There is an incredible level of natural democratization on the platform that is not present anywhere else. Nowhere else. Is there anything even close to the satisfaction of ratioing professionals with stupid bullshit? And I think, as much as it is tempting to make fun of Australia for being an irrelevant country, I have to say, if other institutions follow this pattern, Twitter is going to lose the thing that makes it special. Like, again, the thing that makes Twitter special is that level of integration. But if politicians stop using it, if news networks stop using it, if it just falls to the wayside and stops being institutionally respected, there isn't going to be much room for that kind of engagement anymore. You've probably noticed it, haven't you? There's a lot less, like, general professionalism on the app. It's not just that there are a lot of far-right people there now, and there certainly are, and they're a lot louder, but there's a lot less... There are a lot less clean houses to track mud through. Does that make sense? I'm not a professional. When I use Twitter, you know, it's not like I make an effort to be respectful and civil when engaging with people in higher stations socially. You know, but Now everything's muddy already. There's not a clean house to track mud through. That's the joy of Twitter. It is the prerogative of the professional to keep a clean house and the prerogative of a shit poster to track mud through it. And that has to work in tandem. If there's, nothing to clean of mud, then the professional has nothing to do and no one to appeal to. And if there are no clean houses to track mud through, then there's no fun to be had. This is the same reason why those far-right alternatives to social media always fail, because conservatives don't like being around other conservatives. Go look at Truth Social. In addition to it being pretty small, like really small compared to Twitter, look at like general engagement. It's basically just the Trump app. Seriously, it's the Trump app. And even Trump gets far less engagement than he would if he was on Twitter, because nobody, not even conservatives, want to be in a space entirely filled with conservatives. And that's not just because cons are insufferable and evil, though they are. It's also just because it's an echo chamber, and that naturally cuts against the joy of a diverse and democratized Twitter experience, It's just not fun. It's the same reason why a lot of people immediately got bored of Threads and of Blue Sky when they got the invite code. Because Blue Sky is a tiny niche, like, echo chamber with mostly tech dudes and lefties and queer people with not much to bant about except tearing each other apart. This is why almost immediately after joining Blue Sky, without posting basically anything, I became the second most blocked account on the entire app without posting anything, because in the absence of anything real to talk about or any, like, conservatives to disagree with, they all ganged up on me and decided that I was the evil infiltrating the platform. They're bored over there. They have nothing to do. I guess the kinds of people who are so sensitive to drama on Twitter that they have to leave for a different app would be the sort of people to do that, but, and people just got bored of Threads because it has no features and the algorithm sucks, but, yeah, whatever. Update number 2, scroll to the bottom, third to last. The child snuff poster was paid by Twitter after he was reinstated. I mean, he's a blue check mark, so... The child sexual abuse material received more than 3 million views on Twitter before it was finally taken down days after it was posted. And Lucre was not demonetized. On the contrary, according to Lucre, he was one of the first batch of users handpicked by Twitter to receive payment via the creator monetization program before it was open to everyone else subbed to Twitter Blue. Nice. I think this would probably make Twitter the first platform ever where you can, as a public figure, openly post child pornography, not get banned, and get paid. That genuinely might be a first. That's like actually pretty that's remarkable, That sounds like an exaggeration, but it's not. Because I guarantee you that the interactions that he got from posting the child sexual abuse material contributed to his blue checkmark payment. Not a joke. I guarantee you that they did not filter out the impressions they got from that specific post. Because why would they? Why would they do that, right? Why would Elon do that? Shut the fuck up, Ben Temple. Tell your chat to follow Matt Binder. We wouldn't know that last one without him. Can't steal content. Is that true? Did Matt Binder drop that particular info? Yeah, of course. Everyone here should absolutely follow Matt Binder, who does incredible work, by the way. Great guy. Great guy. Twitter, the platform is now safe for advertisers. The advertisers. Long COVID vax shedding detox. Enter coupon code Twitter for 10% off. Covi Cleanse plus Daily Cleanse. Detoxify and cleanse while you hydrate. Covivits. Physician-formulated enhanced immune supplements. Quercetin, zinc, vitamin C and D. Electrolyte. Here's some ivermectin tablets. And here's some hydrochloroquine. Fantastic. Stella Emanuel is the demon sperm doctor lady. Is that true? Oh my god, is that true? Oh, yeah, that's right. This was like the origin point of the hydroxychloroquine conspiracy shit. Donald Trump shouted her out. And she's a complete lunatic. Like, absolutely insane. She's not just profiting off the conspiracy, she made the conspiracy. Maybe she's just trying to get them killed. Maybe she's based. Unironically, I don't really care about this because only the kinds of people who I don't care about anyway are going to take this and hurt themselves for it. This is very much like a Darwinian self-filtering thing. If somebody sells like super ultra QAnon awakening pills that make you see with your third eye the truth of the world and adrenochrome blah blah, and it like gives you the hernia, I don't care. Whatever, go for it. What did she say with the demon sperm? Oh, here we go. Some of her other claims include blaming medical conditions on witches and demons, a common enough belief among some evangelical Christians, though she says they have sex with people in a dream world. They turn into a woman and they sleep with the man to collect his sperm, then they turn into the man and sleep with the man and deposit the sperm and reproduce more of themselves, she said during a sermon in 2013. True. And she was a doctor in Cameroon. The funny thing is that if she wasn't peddling COVID conspiracy theories, she would be like, okay, just imagine this, all right? The President of the United States gives credit to and shouts out the work of an African doctor who believes in witches and says that their cures will ward off demons. Under any other circumstances, don't you think the conservative right would be making every possible racist comment about this woman? Who, let's be fair here, is probably imitating some of the worst stereotypes about what an African doctor might do or say. But because the particular degree of quackery here is aligned with the COVID conspiracy shit, she's not only shouted out by Trump, but lauded as a hero. So stupidity overcame their racism? Many such cases. I find that racists will often be racist in only the most stupid ways. So when the racism could accidentally lead them to make a utilitarian, like correct decision, where like, you know, oh, you know, whether it's through racism or having a single IQ point, maybe I shouldn't take hydroxychloroquine from the person who believes in demon sperm. The stupidity overwrites the racism because ultimately racism is just a subset of stupidity, is it not? If being, you know, if you have a choice between being stupid and being racist, and the stupid option is stupider than the outcome you would arrive at otherwise, they'll probably take that one. Yeah, it's the path of least intelligence. Oh. It took too long to drink that. It was a bit chilly. All right, we got a lot of links to go through. I know, guys. We got a lot of links to go through. We got a lot of links to go through. I'm going to hit the ad button super quick because I hate you. Enable monetization to insert ads? Is monetization off for the stream? Some combination of automated systems and human reviews to detect violations for... Is it because we talked about the child sexual abuse? Wait, the ad's just activated. It was grayed out, and now it's not grayed out. Okay. I'm going to hit the ad button. Thank you. All right, hold on. Yo, really quick, guys. Remember how I said earlier that we've got a big thing coming up? You know, I've been thinking, because I'm really trying to lean into fashion. I've spent about like 2K on new clothes and shoes lately, a lot of which haven't come in yet. And that's not really that much money if you're trying to build an entire new wardrobe, but I'm really committing to it. And I want it to look good, and I want to be happy with it. And I think it's about time that I got like a nice summer suit. I showed this earlier, I think, or like an autumn suit or something like that. But I showed this earlier, and I feel like I would look really good with something like this. Like a tweed wool suit with wide shoulders. Well, I have wide shoulders. Like that. And I looked up tweed suit jackets, and they all looked like shit. So I think the problem is that tweed suit jackets are normally shit, but you need to, like, put in a lot of effort to get a good one, and I don't know where to get a good one. Unironically, Tempest, I like his suits, yeah. Are you seriously going to be wearing a suit on stream? Not on stream. I do go outside, you know. I just mean in terms of finding the material, because if you Google, like, tweed suit jacket, these results look like heinous. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, not all of them. But some of these look pretty bad. I think the problem is that, like, I don't know if this is like the frame or if this is the style of suit or whatever, but I feel like a lot of suits are tailored for soy boys. Like this. Like, this is a really common cut that I see just when I'm looking, because it's like, oh, well, the person who wears our suit will be skinny. And first of all, I'm not skinny. And second of all, I haven't worked out, like, for real in a decade. And my chest is, like, 46 inches or something. I have a broad body. So I when I look at suits and I think, well, would I look good in this suit? You know, it's like, well, they're so skinny that I don't know. I think I just have to go, like, to a tailor, but I don't know where to start because I haven't ever really been to a tailor. I got my first suit at Macy's, like a lot of young men. I thought you were still lifting. I haven't in a while. You're not a model. Stop comparing yourself to one. I'm not. Wait, hold on. I'm not comparing myself to this guy in terms of, like, attractiveness or whatever. I'm just saying that he also has broad shoulders. He probably is more muscular than me. These are broad shoulders. But I definitely don't have a body for the fit of a lot of the, like, skinny blokes or whatever, right? I'm trying to see if I can find an example of like a... Why is everyone small? Why are you all so small? Huh. But you know what I want with, like, the chunky material, right? That's the clothes, Lamau, not shoulders. That's the structure of the coat. Well, he's obviously also, like, kind of V-shaped. But yeah. It's got, like, a chunky material, not like a... This feels kind of thin, see? It's like, oh, well, it's tweed, sure, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't look chunky. This looks smooth, even though the texture is rough. It's smooth looking, but this is chunky, and I like that. Have you checked out Men's Warehouse? Dude, I haven't been formal wear shopping in ages. Oh, yeah, that looks really good. This looks really good. That looks really good. Look at that. See? I mean, it's like an old dude and he's leaning or whatever, but this isn't like a super muscular model or whatever. Is this Tolkien? Oh, it's J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah, look. See, that looks really good. See, so it looks like a college professor fit here, but the trick to looking really cool while wearing a suit jacket is just wear lighter toned pants. These are like chinos, right? These aren't even like dress pants. And then instead of wearing a dress shirt or a vest or a tie, wear like a polo shirt or a thicker material dress shirt, like a flannel or whatever, or even a t-shirt if you want, you know. Vosh really getting in his 30s soon, huh? What? Why you gotta roast me? What am I doing? Jesus. Hot take, menswear always looks bad. If you think this guy looks bad, I think you're like high on copium. I think that this suit looks bad. I'm not sorry. Hungamaster 42069, you're literally like 5 years old, okay? The key to looking good in suits without looking like a formal fucking preppy douchebag, whatever, or just like a guy who's tryharding, is to know how to mix the formal with the informal elements. This isn't a suit, like, full-on suit, three-piece or whatever. It's a suit jacket with a scarf, and then a sweater, and then a dress shirt. And he's wearing, like, just pants. Very different. Brian Taylor Cohen looks good here. No, see, this is... I don't like this at all. Okay, this probably sounds like LARPy or whatever, but I literally don't give a shit. When I see suits that are shiny, I think business. When I see suits that are textured, I think socialist. I'm sorry, I do. Nobody wears tweed suits in, like, London financier offices, okay? They all wear shiny gray and black and, like, dark blue suits, all right? When I see shit like this, I think at most college professor, but also, like, this isn't college professor. This guy just fucks, all right? Again, I'm not saying Brian Taylor Cohen looks bad. He definitely doesn't. This fits him really well, and it looks good on him. But it's like it's a level of professionalism that I never want to have unless I'm like at a funeral. And if I'm at a funeral, I'll wear black. If I'm at a funeral, I'll come in my best Chainsaw Man cosplay. Vosh is like 35, right? I'm 29! What do you think of this suit? That looks good. Again, I wouldn't want to wear it with like a tie and a vest and stuff, but I like that. Hold on. I can't find which tab I have open. There we go. That looks good. I just like the heavy textured. Because you can wear it with a lot of stuff, right? Like, you could wear that with, like, a suit, or you could wear that with jeans. You could do a lot of stuff. It's nice. It's modular. I like the modularity. The Big GQ Guide to Autumn-Winter 2023 Menswear Trends. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is for runway models, guys, because I've been outside recently, and I didn't see any men dressed like this. Won't you get hot in that? No. Suit jackets are lined in the interior. The inside of a suit jacket doesn't feel the same as the outside. If you have a tweed suit jacket, the inside is still like smooth and comfortable to wear. It's not like patchy or thick or whatever. Thoughts on trench coats? This isn't a trench coat. This is just a longer coat, right? I think that looks good. But you could only wear this in the winter. It's not cold enough in Seattle to wear anything more than a regular jacket or coat. Unless it's like December to February, really. Otherwise, I'd feel kind of silly. See? True! True! What's Engels wearing here? This coat doesn't look shiny at all. Look, that jacket. It's tweed. The only thing is you shouldn't wear tweed in summer and instead wear linen blazers. Yeah, but we're entering fall, and fall is tweed season. My thing is big oversized cardigans. I don't like this personally. I think that they look good, but they're too feminine for me. When I think of stuff like this, I think of like soft boy or old people stuff. I don't really like sweaters. I am too hard for cardigans. Yeah. Engels' clothing is made of hemp. No, I don't fucking know. Yeah, they're too soft boy for you, but you look insanely cute in chunky knitted oatmeal sweaters. Didn't I have one? Didn't I have something that was kind of like this with a big collar that looped around the back? If you want a solid foundation, check this out. Yeah, I think I looked good.
Every man has to own a black suit. After you get a black suit, there's 5 suits you need to get.
I immediately don't care about this. These, like, grind set every man needs shit, I never trust anything like this. Like, they almost always do this shit in accompaniment with, like, promos for specific clothing brands or, like, whatever. I don't trust shit like this at all. Especially because it's opening with saying you need a black suit. Do you know how infrequently people wear black suits? Like, you can wear them anywhere, but most people only wear black suits to, like, shit like weddings and funerals, you know? It's not a frequently... Like, I guess that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it, but it's like, every man needs it. No, like, I don't like that at all. I don't like that messaging. I watched, he doesn't do a promo. Okay.
Black, navy, gray, brown, tan. You get those 5 suits. You get yourself 2 white shirts. Get yourself 2 cream color shirts and 2 powder blue shirts.
But this video is skipping over the important part, which is, like, how do you determine fit? How do you determine, like, what style you like? Like, saying black suit is like, well, like, what black suit? Like, there's a million black suits, and then none of it's textured. Like, all of it is, like, it's a 1 minute short. I know, but fine. Fine.
You can make 75 suits with those combinations, because every last one of those pants go with every last one of those jackets. Every last one of the jackets goes with every last one of the pants. You cannot mess up.
This is yeah, it's true. I get it's the problem is that it's not wrong, but it's a lot of money to spend to not be fashionable. Basically, what you're doing is you're going with the safest possible. You're going with the safest possible option. You're spending like over $1,000 on like a very safe template without understanding the underlying logic that can allow you to elevate these outfits. All of these look good, but none of them look interesting. I think it's more appropriate if you need to wear suits regularly. If you need to wear suits regularly, I think this is more acceptable because that is your daily fit. But for 99% of people, you're not, though, right? Like, like how many American workers are wearing a suit to work every day? That's like a very small portion of... It's not non-existent, but it's a small portion of the thing. But then, guys, how is this marketed? Every man needs these suits. I think that's bullshit. If you work in a professional field and you and you actually do wear like suits every day to work, then okay. But then it's like, no, it's being sold to you as masculinity, right? And I just it's like a red flag thing. I'm not saying that he's wrong with the stuff that he's saying here, you know? Even most office jobs are business casual dress. Yeah, people don't go into their office jobs in a suit, usually, unless they're like execs or they have like very high level customer facing work, service stuff, right? Like I mean, I went into like a fucking like Maserati dealership recently, and the guys there were just in like business casual. They had like jeans and a dress shirt, you know? Why? I wanted to drive around some cars. This is like for law students. Yeah, lawyers wear suits all the time. But that's high-level customer-facing work. I am not listening to Steve Harvey on fashion advice. Nope.
You should buy as a black suit. Black suits can 5 suits.
Nope. This was just meant as a solid basis. No, I understand that. But, like, I feel like I know that stuff. I'm interested. That's the same audio you just listened to? Wait, this isn't this guy talking? It's Steve Harvey talking? Okay. Interesting. What has happened? What have we done? What about these shirts? Fuck, these are pricey. 145 bucks? Oh, they're hemp. I see. These are nice. Yeah, that's pretty nice. These look good. The people's fabric, yeah. What about these? McGee 1866. Is this a respected suit tailor or brand? That looks pretty good. Yeah, these look pretty good. For 500, that's okay. This one's your favorite color? This is a three-piece tweed. This isn't just a jacket. Look, it can't close all the way. It's not, this is a different type of suit jacket. Just pull up Mac in the Celebrity Booze episode. Unironically, though. Actually, though. How do you wear high-waisted pants? I've never tried it before. I don't understand the logic. The problem... Okay, so, like, I'm not fat, but I'm not exactly skinny either. And the problem is that I understand... Listen, okay? So I've seen a lot of drawn pornography. And my understanding is that if you're a fat ass, but you're like a chick, okay? Your fat is like this. All right? Wait, no. Like this. Okay? And all your fat goes right here. It's magic. So that way, when you wear high-waisted pants, it goes up right here. Like that. Okay? And that way... See? Like that? And that way you're set. The problem is that if you're a dude, right? The problem is that you get a gut, and I don't understand how the high-waisted pants are supposed to go. You just go over the gut, and you like right up here, okay? Right up here. This is the apex of masculine fashion. And then like right here, you would have like the dress shirt. And then we'll draw my beard. Okay, so this is what I look like, more or less, is the thing. Like this, see? Okay, so how does this work exactly? Try that and you'll 100% get the male camel toe? Yeah, yeah. So, right. So how do you do it? Stand up real quick. You don't look like that. I look exactly like that. I look exactly like that. Where'd you get those shorts? Nordstrom. Well, you have big hips and a high waist, so it'll work to make your waist look snap. I need to, like, just find some high-waisted pants. Suspenders are your only option? I refuse to wear suspenders. That is not my shit. I don't want to wear suspenders. I want to wear a belt that's shiny. Belt, gold, buckle. I dream of shiny belts. Like this. I want some proper fucking Kujo Jotaro shit, okay? I want a black belt with a gold buckle. I don't care if it's fake gold. I just want it to shine. Gold is not the only shiny metal. That's what I want. Wait, he does have that, right? Doesn't he have that? Kujo Jotaro. No, he doesn't. Oh, dude, he's so fashionable. Wait, he does. He does in part 4. He has 2. But in part 3, what a king. But in part 3, his 2 belts, oh no, they are gold! But he has this, like, triangle pattern. This is so guys, unironically, remember what I was saying about fashion? Where the goal is you have, like, a tone, shade, and tint, where you have, like, it's like a tritone, and you work with that? Right here, you have it in action. All of this is black. It's just in manga, they tend to color black clothes with a blue highlight. All of this is black. And then the shirt is purple, which is matched right here by the belt. And then you have all this gold, which is matched by the buckle and by the upper triangle on both of the belts. And then you have the teal as like a final highlight. That I think works pretty well because of the stylization of this, where you have like a blue high tone for the clothing. And you'll notice, holy shit! And you'll notice that in the fucking anime adaptation, where they don't stylize the coat as blue, but rather have it be regular black, they change his t-shirt and belt colors. Look at that! So now that they no longer have blue as a centerpiece for the outfit, they remove it from the belts and have a green highlight which matches the shirt, and the gold continues. Holy fucking shit, it actually works! Color theory. They kept the logic of the color pairing the same. Is Jotaro autistic? Yes. Is that not also blue? It's teal, but it matches with the shirt. They clearly match together. Even in the part 4, you have blue, which is both in the inside or of this vest and of this like belt thing, strap across his chest. White for most of the outfit, and then you have the gold highlights, which are everywhere. And look, he's got blue cuffs folded on his jackets right here by the wrist, which match the... Oh my god, the color theory. Oh my god, he knows. Araki knows. Who could have known that Araki would understand color theory? Who could have possibly predicted that one specific piece of information from the art that he has made? Araki's a big fashion guy? Yeah, no shit. There's JoJo art in the fucking Louvre in Paris. He had he had a whole thing. Why does he have a missing arm? It's a text bubble. Da-da! I think that's a color scan that he didn't do. It's on the wall of the Louvre. Okay, whatever. Anyway. God, that's ugly. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, okay. I just closed the window and got reminded that I drew this a second ago. All right, I'll learn about it in a bit, Athean. I have to learn other things now. Hold on. I get you. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. I see you're flaming me. Hold on. Vosh, earlier you dismissed the idea that World War II caused Russia's demographic problem is ridiculous, but it's not. The Afghan war was not the main problem. The aftershock of World War II, the kid who were not born having kids, and the economic crisis when they name things. I get you were interpolating from the... Athean, you know nothing! The interesting portion of that data was not the lack of people during that time, which absolutely could have been caused by a number of things after World War II, but the gender disparity. The massive gulf between how many men and women were alive at that time. Famines kill men and women more or less equally. War doesn't. The problem, that the thing we were discussing there wasn't the lack of people, it was the disproportionate lack of men. There were like half as many men as women in that age range. Oh shit! Hey, if you're like a senior single, you know, going on over there, Russia might be a. If you're a fella and you're looking for a nice lady to shack up with, as long as you don't mind crippling alcoholism. All right, sorry, Atheon, I didn't mean to yell at you. But I fully agree that post World War II economic and food shocks would have massively fucked with the population thing. Okay. I'm losing my mind over here. We've got to continue. We have so many fucking links. We've got so many fucking links, dog. Holy shit, we've got so many links. I have to go through the links. I have to go through. We're not even streaming that long today because it's fucking Vermin's birthday. Vermin, I know we don't have anything planned. Do not say in chat we don't have anything planned. Just let them believe that we do. I want to go to a store and I want to try on a high-waisted... Okay. I have calls to make. We do have plans, Lamau. We have plans? Good save, Vermin. They'll believe that one. They know I have a bad memory. I don't know whether or not they're telling the truth. Okay, let's keep going. When is picture day? I need a white t-shirt, Tempest. I have a black one. It's on the way. It's been ordered. I also, yeah. I want to go to that Mexican place. Oh, the one we went to recently by Capitol Hill? The place that had the really cheap tacos that were really good? Can we go there and get fucked up? Can we go and buy, like, 20 tacos? How fun would that be? Yeah, Doc's big dinner. Look, there are multiple... Wait. Yeah, there are multiple in Capitol Hill. Whatever. I bet Vosh does the Bolivia accent when he orders the New Mexico. Hold on. Fuck. I need to see one that has that has Mexican writing on the on the menu. Fucking. I'll have some of your albondigas, please. And could I also have so enchiladas? Enchiladas. You're such a white guy. Bro, I grew up in Los Angeles. All right? So the answer is yes, that's correct. How does Mexican food in Seattle compare to LA? LA has some of the best food in the world. And certainly some of the best Mexican food. No place compares to LA. I could probably travel the world my entire life and find maybe a few cities that compare. Seattle's great, and there are a few really good restaurants, but LA is something else. It's incomparable. What about Mexico? The fuck knows? I haven't been to Mexico. New York has pizza? I don't trust anything New Yorkers say about New York. You people are fucking insane. You guys live in your, like, $1,200 a month boxes that somebody, like, carved out in the space underneath their sink. And then you'll go outside, walk to a bodega, pay $18 for a breakfast, and then go do what job? Are there jobs in New York? I don't know what job. I saw a TikTok once of a girl going, like, here's a day in the life in New York. And then she just went to an office and then, like, I don't know, ate food for 8 hours and then went outside and there was a party on a roof. I don't know what you guys are doing. You're not real. It's not a real city. It's a fake city. It doesn't exist. Actual picture of me. Me after saying gracias to the Indian guy at the Italian restaurant. I love my multicultural America. There's a new No Name controversy. She added Jay Electric to her new album, a Nation of Islam member, and he is openly spitting anti-Semitic stuff and calling the Ukraine war fake. No Name was defending him. Really? The black woman who I got canceled for saying that she was being kind of bad when she said that she didn't want white people listening to her music might have some problematic... Really? This is the... I'll say it, man. This No Name was so fucking entitled and such a shit person that she, like, gave up on live performances because she hated seeing white people in the crowd. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go, dude, go, like, unironically, like, go to Africa or something. Like, if you don't want to see white people, like, I'm unironically doing the love it or leave it shit. What the fuck? Like, take issue with racism or systemic problems or whatever. You seriously gonna perform and do music and then, like, actually get mad that white people are supporting you? Like, this isn't even like a Dave Chappelle bit or whatever, where it's like white people were laughing at my jokes for the wrong reason. She was performing music. No. Cut with the clip chimp jokes. I'm right on this. Literally. How fucked is it? Like, how far away do you have to be from anything even remotely approximating a good attitude towards racial issues where like, that's your shit? Seriously, like, incredibly fucked. That isn't like radical activism. Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party were frequently happy to work with and communicate with white leftists. Like, this isn't even like, oh yeah, man, dude, well, radical black activism means not being around white people. No, it fucking doesn't. Well, according to who? Jesus. Probably the modern Nation of Islam group. Yeah. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Look at the lyrics. I don't know how to read lyrics. I agree with you, but you might want to be... No, stop! This is why I got rid of the neat emote, because it's actually really annoying, where every single time I say anything, everyone's like that actually does annoy me, because it's actually very distracting. When I'm trying to make a point, and then everyone in chat is like essentially jokingly, but also not jokingly saying like, wow, dangerous starter. It's really not. Stop normalizing that hyper fragile presumption of left spaces by constantly referencing and joking about it. Like, there's nothing weird about anything that I've said during the stream today. Nothing even remote. No sane human could look at the content of this stream and think, oh, that's like problematic. It's not. If we're going to normalize the idea that literally everything that I say can be clip chimped into oblivion, with people splicing sentences or starting and beginning or ending their clips like without any pause breaks, cutting things together, leaving out spaces, then I will never win in that environment. So stop normalizing that by suggesting that there's some kind of legitimacy to the clipping, because that's what you're doing. What you're saying is essentially, oh, look at you poorly phrasing things again. No, I'm not. No human could survive the scrutiny of the people who hate me because they're willing to lie about what I say. In an environment like that, there's no way I can phrase the stuff that I have to say. I can't be so calm or level-headed that I avoid their criticism, because their criticism comes from a place of bad faith. So what it feels like to me is you're pushing the blame onto me. Oh, look at Wacky Vosh again, constantly saying this edgy, abrasive. No, I really don't think it is, genuinely. I think that being a musician and stopping live performances because you don't like seeing white people smiling and cheering and singing along to your music is psychotic. I think it's demon behavior. And I think, unironically, that if that is your attitude towards live performances, there is a continent where you can reliably avoid the presence of white people. I don't think that's even remotely interpretable as racist. And if people are going to clip 4, 8, seconds of something and go off on that, that's their prerogative, but I don't want you guys implying that's on me. It's true, there are multiple continents where you can do that. Jay Electronica literally talks about the synagogue of Satan in his songs. He also sampled Farrakhan in his music. I'm telling you, man, the Blittler shit is going to be, here we go. Fans call out Jay Electronica's verse on No Name's Balloons. Neat. His continued closeness to Kanye West. Well, Kanye West has abandoned all racism, of course, because he saw that Jonah Hill movie or whatever. Jay Electronica condemns the Rothschild family and says, quote, have to get my clout back. The figure had an affair with Kate Emma Rothschild, the wife of Benjamin Goldsmith, resulting in the breakdown of their marriage. Anti-Rothschild sentiment, recurring trope for anti-Semitism historically. Jay Electronica also seems to take aim at Zelensky and suggests the war in Ukraine is, quote, a hoax, and that the politician, quote, met with the rabbis and the Pope incidentally. He ends by reaffirming his Muslim faith. He's a member of the NOI, but also cites the war on Armageddon. Jay raps, if anyone asks, tell them Farrakhan sent me. Again, Farrakhan has just explicitly called Jewish people demons. It's the war of Armageddon, and I'm begging the listener, if you ain't fighting, that means you're dead or a prisoner. No Name turned off Instagram comments overnight, causing one fan to observe, how are you going to have an extremely anti-Semitic verse on your album but be too soft for the inevitable backlash? Well, considering the fact that No Name was just doing Blitler shit years ago, like she probably is sympathetic to a lot of the anti-Semitic stuff, Farrakhan is unironically an honorary member of the Ku Klux Klan. Is that true? Remember how many times I've said that the like black separatist groups are literally God's gift to the Klan? They work with them every time. Klan figure met with Farrakhan. Only in the USA. I'm talking about like United States politics. Stuff differs a lot here. Farrakhan clip. I don't want to play like, dude, I'm going to flag for hate speech in the stream. Farrakhan is literally like a fucking Nazi dude, man. In an interview, Mr. Metzger, this is the KKK guy, who says he represents the white working class, denied, this is from 1985, by the way, denied that either his group's views or Mr. Farrakhan's were anti-Semitic. Instead, he said they shared a common interest in throwing off what he termed white elitist domination in the hands of corporations and the federal government. Guys, they've been doing this for decades. This, bro, we're actually based and left-pilled, man. We actually want to represent the working class in their battle against corporations. All of the shit that I've said it over the course of my streaming, all of the stuff that I've said, like lefties constantly fall for these traps over and over and over again, it's the same shit. Nazis have always done this. By white, they mean Jewish? Yes, elitist. That's what they mean. They mean Jewish. It's Nazi shit. The Nazis did the same thing. Here's a speech from 1984, nice, where Farrakhan is defending Hitler. Yet Hitler took Germany from the ashes and rose her up and made her the greatest fighting machine of the 20th century, brothers and sisters. Even though Europe and America deciphered the code Hitler was using to speak to his chiefs of staff, they still had trouble defeating Hitler even after knowing his plans in advance. Now, I'm not proud of Hitler's evil towards Jewish people, but that's a matter of record. He rose Germany up from nothing. Well, in a sense, you could say there's a similarity to me in that we are rising our people up from nothing. Spectacular. In a later meeting, Farrakhan said of the Jews, quote, and don't you forget, when it's God who puts you in the ovens, it's forever. Yeah, I'm sure he definitely sincerely condemns the violence that Hitler committed against the Jewish population. He's definitely a very authentic... Dude, when I say Blitler shit for the 5 millionth time, I mean Blitler shit. I don't mean they've made errant comments on Twitter about white people liking mayonnaise. I mean that there is a legitimate historical movement in America of collaborationist black supremacist movements that have identified and replicated essentially just all Nazi talking points, but for black people. And this is who No Name is working with, a person who defends that guy. Yes, the Nazis were not good at war stuff. Congratulations, you took advantage of a momentary leap forward in military tactics by doing blitzkrieg shit. You got a lot of territory early on and spent the last 3.5 years of the war getting bogged down in the Soviet Union and failing to do anything with the Luftwaffe over London. And then slowly but surely you got pushed out of all of the territory that France let you have because they gave up too soon. Well, okay, people overplay the French surrender shit. In reality, France's surrender might have been the best life-saving measure they could have done. They did spend most of the war retreating, yeah. If anyone asks, tell him Farrakhan sent me. Nice. The first time I was called a caseler was when I was shitting on Farrakhan in high school. Yeah, the problem with, like, anti-Semitism in the black community is that black people are, let's be real here, poor and powerless compared to white people in the United States. So their anti-Semitism isn't as likely to take root or spread in a material way. But the problem is that the most harm that they've done is through their collaborationism with white supremacists. Think about it, right? Like, Kanye West being anti-Semitic on his own was enough, but he immediately then became a tool for the white supremacist movement in America, which ended up significantly amplifying the reach and power and prominence of what he had to say. Luis Farrakhan himself, and the Nation of Islam itself, doesn't have much power. But they have been used as a figure to point to from white groups for ages. Remember that duo debate that I did with Destiny against those two Nazi retards? I forget their names. Where they were like, we wanted to talk to black people. Real black people know that we're right. And they were like positively citing people like Luis Farrakhan as an example of like, real black people know that the real enemies are the Jews, and therefore we wanted to talk with them and agree. Because what the debate they wanted to have, the initial one they wanted to set up, was one where they would do all their Nazi preaching to a black person to try to get, like, win them over, and then make the argument that actually they're the real racially, like, unified movement. Essentially like, well, we're all shared and unified against the Jewish people or whatever, because that's part of Nazi ideology. The belief that black people are a tool used by Jews to destroy whites, but not necessarily that black people are a knowing tool. So there are Nazis who will make the argument to black people of like, okay, we Nazis believe that you, black people, are inferior to us, but we still have a shared enemy. And guess who falls for that shit hook, line, and sinker? Nation of Islam types, Luis Farrakhan types, who will say, oh, well, I don't think we're racially inferior, but I agree with you on the Jews. And then they team up on that. And that's been the dynamic for like decades in terms of anti-Semitism in this country. I'll just say this, okay? I guarantee you, talk to a Jewish person who's grown up in a non-Jewish majority neighborhood. There aren't that many black people in Beverly Hills, so I grew up in a very Jewish neighborhood, so this isn't really applicable there. But just a Jew who lives in an area that's like very racially diverse or religiously or ethnically or whatever. You've noticed anti-Semitism from black people, haven't you? Right? Like, weirdly so, haven't you? In ways you wouldn't expect, because when we associate anti-Semitism with a group of people, we associate with white people because white people were the Nazis, right? But so you don't think like, oh, well, black people be... Why would black people be anti-Semitic? Black people and Jews have both been historically victimized by white people. But in reality, it's more complicated than that. Yes, they have, but that doesn't mean that scapegoating hasn't happened. I'm just saying, I'm not making the argument that black people are a greater threat to Jewish people than white people. They're not. I'm making the argument that anti-Semitism within the black community often goes unaddressed in a way that I find really toxic, in large part because a big portion of the fight against anti-Semitism has been a fight against white supremacy, and that doesn't affect black anti-Semites, obviously. In fact, it strengthens a lot of their presumptions because they argue that their anti-Semitism is a component of their rejection of white supremacy. Because they don't think that Jews were the real Jews. That's the Nation of Islam or Black Hebrew Israelite shit. Vosh, reminder that a vast majority of black people are not like this. Yeah, of course. A vast majority of black people aren't like this. But for black people who are like this, I think they get away with it a lot more. I mean, can you imagine a white rapper randomly saying like, yeah, man, if anyone asks, tell me David Duke sent me? Because Farrakhan and David Duke are ideological contemporaries. Like, can you, like, just a random rapper being like, yeah, man, David Duke sent me. Like, what? Wait, what the, what? Like, that guy would be fucking nuked from orbit. Yeah, unless you're, like, a conservative singer like Tom MacDonald. But in terms of, like, Tom MacDonald is doing a very specific political thing. But you understand how that would read different, right? A lot of people don't even think of Luis Farrakhan as a hate figure. A lot of them just think of him as like, oh, he's the Nation of Islam guy, you know? Yes, black separatists do often blame Jews for slavery, much the same way that Nazis do. Yeah. Farrakhan blames Jews for the slave trade, plantation slavery, Jim Crow, sharecropping, and other general black oppression. Are you aware Farrakhan has deep ties to Scientology? I think I remember hearing that, but I haven't looked into it. How does that work? White Nazis also say the Jews were responsible for the slave trade. Whew, boy. By the way, Jews were not responsible for the slave trade. Thank you, SDL, for clarifying that. It should, of course, be noted that, yes, they were absolutely not. White Nazis, and I guess Blotzis as well, will argue that they were, with no evidence at all. It's literally like, here's one Jewish guy who owned a slave ship, and like, here's one community of Jews who had slaves. Ignore the entire country. It's like, it's literally, it's like nothing. It is the most made up shit in the universe. One guy, literally one guy. FD Signifier unironically did an amazing video critiquing NOI. You should watch sometime. Maybe. Though I wonder if his critique wouldn't be constantly peppered with this, like, well, keep in mind, this isn't the same as when white Nazis say the exact same things. That being said, though, I feel like the people who got mad at me for my initial criticisms of No Name are the kinds of people who would agree with FD Signifier, which makes me wonder, if we agree that Luis Farrakhan is bad, and should we not then agree that No Name is a collaborationist for anti-Semitism for having lyrics in the song which directly, like, promote Farrakhan? Like, having an anti-Semite on and then having him directly go like, yeah, man, Black David Duke sent me. Why does this not, like, go to No Name? Why does this not hit her, you know? Because if she was white and these were all white people, it would. Like, unambiguously, it would. So why is it different? He sort of glorifies Farrakhan's community. Okay, hold on. Am I willing to do this? Do I have time for this? Hold on. This is an hour 47 minutes. I don't have time for this. The real faces of black conservatism.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders.
I want to note, by the way, that I do not think that FD Signifier is, like, in any way aligned with or responsible for No Name's behavior because they're both black. I think he is responsible for it because they're both idiots. Just to be clear. And if anyone thinks that's too harsh on him, you should go watch the video he did on me, because I have never been as uncharitable to him as he has to me. How long is this? Oh my God.
Practice.
There was a way that...
Hello, I know you. Wait, man, a bunch of clips of a bunch of people get played here. No. So much.
All you scared to death Negroes.
Yeah.
We are outside, outright of one of NOI, which stands for Nation of Islam. I'm from Chicago, the headquarters of NOI. Satanic Jews. I grew up in Chicago under the Islamic practices of Warif D. Muhammad, the actual legitimate son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who created the NOI years before all this happened. Warif D. Muhammad was supposed to be in Farrakhan's place. He was expected to take over the...
All right, I'm bored now. Video's too long. Sorry. I got a half-black daughter, so it's so... Oh, yeah, these people, like Farrakhan, you know, hate mixed-race people for the same reason Nazis do. Generally speaking, racial supremacists hate mixed-race people more than they hate people of other races, because mixed-race people are to them an abomination that represents a divergence from the natural order and an encouragement for more miscegenation in the future, whereas people of other races are just an obstacle to global supremacy. It's 2 years old, but here's FD Signifier's old take on No Name. Can we just... Okay, I think we should just, like, end this or whatever. But can we just acknowledge one thing, which is this is yet another example of me being right? Like, 2 or 3 years ago, I got a ton of heat on Twitter and on stream for saying that No Name was doing some Blittler shit with this weird exclusion of white people. And now, predictably, like clockwork, associating with, like, Luis Farrakhan praise. I'm just saying, I just see this shit, you know? It's like how just a little while ago, right, Count Dankula was like, man, Vosh was so fucked up for saying I was racist with no proof. And then somebody in his audience was like, well, wait, you are a racist though, right? He was like, yeah, I am. It's like, okay, I know everything. I know everything all the time. I see all things. I see through you. I know your ideology better than you, with everyone at all points. Somebody, say me if you want me to determine your ideology. Say me in chat if you want me to get you. I'm gonna guess it. I'm gonna guess it. All right, we're rolling the dice. Okay, TV fathers, I see you. You're a retard. I know I'm right. You're in VGG. Another dub racked up. I would have gotten a lot of you, wouldn't I? I would have. Is this your card? And I'm holding nothing but Queen of Hearts. Just a full stack. More than 52. And I hold them facing you as I do it. Okay, we have to finish these links. We have to finish these links, okay? We have to finish these links. Then I'm fucking leaving you. I'm leaving all of you, okay? I'm going out for some milk. I'm going out for some cigarettes. Ended on a good note. Stream? And stream out? With stream's not over. It's all good. Papa! Sorry. Okay. I got a friend who's a big FD Signifier fan. I don't think FD Signifier misses on everything, you know? I just think that disliking me is like an IQ black hole. I saw another guy who generally makes really amazing content, who I think really missed with one of his videos, is Innuendo Studios. Innuendo Studios has, in my opinion, the best analyses on rhetoric and mindset of the far right online, period. But there's one video he did where he focused more on the mindset of liberals, where I think he missed massively. And this is actually really common to leftists. Leftists are, I think, generally at least capable of incredible analysis of the far right, but when it comes to liberals, they have ideological predilections that make it difficult for them to arrive. Yeah. But he was anti-Bernie and pro-Warren. Was he? That's pretty wild. They also VDS. Yeah, this person hates me. Which makes sense because I'm confident in their soy. Innuendo Studios is really soy. Should I go over that really quick? How long is that video? Maybe that can be like the one single clean piece of content we produce this stream. Most of it is going to be me praising it. Let me see how long it is, because if it's really long, like... the alt-right playbook, The Cost of Doing Business. 35 minutes! It's not even, like, time-stamped or sectioned or anything. Maybe I can go over a bit of it. I'll go over a bit of it, okay? So, to be clear, even though Innuendo Studios himself is soy-pilled and cucked and... Isn't he literally cucked? I don't know. I'm literally... I have been polyamorous in the past, but I remember him describing polyamory in a way that even I was thinking, like, Lamau Cuckler. I don't know. He's poly, I think. Okay, here's the line. When I'm poly, it's cool because I'm cool. But when other people who I dislike are poly, it's not cool. Does that make sense? I think that's logically sound. I think it's two women. That's not cool. If you're poly, you have to be fucking men. I did make that rule. All right. Most of this is going to be me agreeing, by the way. I'm not here to, like, take down the video, to be clear.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this call him a provocateur, a conservative who makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public because controversy equals attention, and attention equals brand recognition.
This is Milo Yiannopoulos. He doesn't directly name people. That's Milo.
He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often, it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks. One revenue stream is speaking engagements, the college campus circuit. Fans at, let's say, UC Emeryville invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke a lot of outrage. Maybe even a...
You guys remember this? The era of the culture war being centered around people battling over guest speaking spots at universities was by far my least favorite. I despised this entire process.
Protest. And a protest would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance. If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville. Of course, he's gonna take that gig.
This is the reason why, for the most part during that era, I was opposed to people showing up to protest, and I still get emails from time to time, people saying like, hey, like, this hateful speaker is going to be at our campus, should we protest them? And my answer generally is, I really don't think so, because they're almost always going to benefit from it. I think that ignoring it is better in almost all cases. You know, it's because they're doing it for attention. But well, this video goes into it. Hold on.
But the progressive students at UCE are wise to his tricks. They've seen him pull this stunt at other UCs, Stockton, Bakersfield, Vacaville. So they make the decision, we're not gonna protest. We're just gonna let him speak, let the boy stamp his feet, and in a month, no one will even remember he was here. As the date approaches and the provocateur sees he's not getting the response he wants, he starts hinting things on social media, trying to bait a reaction. Psst. Psst, hey. I'm gonna make jokes about the Holocaust. I'm gonna say Americans treated their slaves well. Nothing. So he ups the ante, makes it personal. I'm gonna put up pre-transition photos of your trans students. I'm gonna out the queer students I've seen on Grindr. I'm gonna name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants. Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it, until one student's like...
Right off the bat, this characterization is inaccurate. White college liberals are incapable of not taking the bait. I have never in my life seen a time where a provocateur would do stuff like this and the college liberals would go, yeah, we're not falling for it. That's what I say they should do, but they never did it, which always pissed me off. They would take the bait every single time.
Hold up. He's gonna dox immigrants in front of his audience of white nationalist gun nuts, and we're just gonna let him? You know some of his fans were in Charlottesville, right? What we're seeing here is a game of chicken between one group of white conservative reactionaries and one group of, let's be honest, mostly white liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention to.
No, so all right, like the IQ of this is plummeting rapidly, but we'll get to the... There are so many things wrong right off the bat, but we'll get to it.
The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly, so he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom privileged liberals are supposed to care about until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a protest and a national audience hears their reactionary rhetoric, or there's no protest and they get to fuck with some immigrants. And because white liberals are largely ignorant to the threat posed to those immigrants, white liberals are not great at assessing the full scope of the danger. Often enough, this remains to them an argument about ideas and principles.
No. Oh my God, there are so many things wrong with this right off the bat. So, first of all, loudly protesting and showing up to a provocateur's college appearance empirically increases the danger to everyone involved. Obviously. If it was just Milo Yiannopoulos at a college speaking to an audience of his own fans without much engagement from others, the danger, the likelihood of people following through on what he said are remarkably low. Whereas the enormous amount of tension and fear baiting that he would get from broader social media and conservative media, if they do show up in protest, would increase the danger to immigrants and to Jewish people. Like Milo Yiannopoulos showing up to a college campus and just saying, you know, I'm going to dock some immigrants on its own has, let's be real here, very little material threat to those immigrants, because it's not really something that can be followed through on without the overwhelming weight of a conservative movement behind it, of a significant amount of attention. In fact, if anything bad happened to an immigrant following Milo Yiannopoulos' threats without there having been a big provocative protest, that would actually be a pretty massive optical loss for the right, because it would basically mean that despite all of his provocations, you guys realize the whole point of a provocateur is to provoke. If you're doing the provocateur bit and you fail to provoke somebody, but then you run up and punch them anyway, you've kind of lost the game, haven't you? Whereas if you try to provoke somebody and you get them involved and then you fight or you punch them, well, you've succeeded. That's the point. So I don't like the assumption from Innuendo Studios that you're making queer communities or immigrant communities or Jewish communities safer by taking the bait. You're not protecting them. Showing up to a protest doesn't protect them. It's not as though violence against immigrants or queer people or Jewish people was going to be done at that protest, right? Like, it's not as though the protest, it's not as though Milo Yiannopoulos speaking at a college campus, it was going to be like to a group of 500 death soldiers, and they're all going to spread out in a wave, and you have to be there to contain them, or they'll get at the immigrants that were doxxed, or anything like that. That stuff happens stochastically and in a broader context, and the likelihood of that stochastic terrorism taking place is exacerbated by the attention. You know? The point that I'm getting at is that I don't like the idea that engagement with the provocateur protects people, because it doesn't. Secondly, I really don't like the idea that these white college students who are protesting against Milo Yiannopoulos are liberal, like banal liberal, oh, it's about the idea types. No, it's not. The kinds of people, we're talking about Berkeley right now, the kinds of people who are doing these counter-protest work at Berkeley are not liberals. At the very least, they are like very politically engaged liberals who have a higher understanding of these issues than your average. They're not like wine moms. A lot of them are leftists. There are so many leftists at Berkeley, white or otherwise. I also don't like the idea, and this is a complete straw man, that it's only white people who are making the argument to not take the bait. Like that it's just this group of white people talking over all the queer people, the Jewish people, the racial minorities, and like they're the ones who are putting forward their banal, oh, it's about ideas and principles. This isn't what happened at Berkeley, guys. Berkeley, the place where there were actual like black bloc protesters showing up to these college speaking tours, this was not a battle between white reactionaries and white liberals with minorities being the ball that they play with. That's a radical oversimplification that allows Innuendo Studios to take the moral high ground over people who think not taking the bait is a safer strategy, which it is. Shouldn't we not accept the presented options? The options are protest or let immigrants die. That is a false dichotomy. The idea that protesting makes immigrants safer or that not protesting necessarily means sacrificing the immigrants is ridiculous. That is not the dichotomy. That's not a real dichotomy that's present here. It's more complicated than that.
To them, they are but words, until someone gets hit by a car or shot, and then it's who could have predicted? The provocateur's animating force is...
No? Wait, white liberal college students were arguing who could have predicted violence would have happened at Charlottesville? See, this is a complete straw man. They're painting the anti-engagement white college student, white college student as some kind of like ultra naive liberal who doesn't understand that the right can be violent, which is ridiculous. It's just anti-reality. It's not real.
Of people of color. It's hatred of white liberals, just as white liberals' animating force is less advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservatives.
Massive straw man. liberals, being less combative people, are generally less animated by moral victory over their opposition than they are by the feeling that they are being beneficiaries of the vulnerable. Liberals are way more motivated morally by the idea that they're promoting their ideology of egalitarianism than they are by beating the right. That's the reason why owning the libs is a catchphrase from the right, but not owning the cons being a catchphrase for liberals. Yeah, I disagree. Most of this disagreement will stem from a mischaracterization of liberal behavior, which I find very frustrating. You have to understand how liberals act in order to better push them towards your desired behaviors. Liberals are really smug, though. Is that true? Conservatives are really smug. I don't remember the last time I actually saw that much smugness from liberals. No, chat. Think for a second. I'm not just talking about like the MSNBC wine mom smugness. Go on social media right now and look at behavior from liberals versus conservatives and tell me who looks more smug. Seriously. Haven't we spent the entire time that I've spent on this channel talking about how leftists want to be smug, how they want to be the smarmiest, smuggest person in the death camp? They're not concerned with material change. They're concerned with analysis and being smarter than the liberals when they die. Liberal smugness is real, but it's absolutely not the defining characteristic of liberals. That would be complacency. The idea that liberals are ultra super duper smug is, let's be real, a conservative straw man that leftists promote because we want to distinguish ourselves from the liberals. Are there smug liberals? Absolutely. But do you really think that that's like their defining characteristic when compared to conservatives? When liberals are smug, they will say stuff like, well, of course there are bad policy outcomes in Texas. Maybe the people should have voted for someone who wouldn't take away women's rights. When conservatives are smug, Donald Trump threatens to withhold COVID aid from blue states. The level of smugness and partisanship and we're better than you on the conservative side has reached a point where politicians literally are QAnon supporters. They're not just smug anymore. They think they deserve to inherit the earth over you. And the liberal what? Patronizes with their wealth? The average conservative voter is wealthier than the average liberal voter. I don't like taking this bait. Oh, these smug coastal elites are being smug towards middle America. Guys, the coastal elites are conservatives. The wealthiest people in Seattle, San Francisco, New York City, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Chicago, the executives are conservatives. It's the people who live there, who live in the oppressively high rent prices, in the food deserts, with the policing. Those are the liberals or leftists. This is something that I had to shift on because I used to believe more in the liberal smugness, and that's not to say it doesn't exist. It certainly does, and you should call it out when you see it. But I don't like the idea that it's the defining characteristic. Here, Innuendo Studios is arguing the defining characteristic of the liberal is a desire to achieve moral victory over conservatives, but liberals are complacent and non-combative, by definition. That's the whole end of civilization thing. You know? I don't know. All of this fits into a set of prescriptions that I just don't think map onto patterns of behavior as well as they used to anymore. Maybe, to be clear, by the way, 20 years ago, that would be correct. All of this would be correct 20 years ago. Because 20 years ago, the height of liberal activism was smugly correcting President Bush on his pronunciation of the word nuclear. And moral victory over conservatives did take priority over defense of minorities, predominantly because moral victory was being smarter than conservatives, which liberals are. But that's not the case anymore. Well, they still are smarter than conservatives, but that's not what moral victory means. Every liberal already knows they're smarter than Donald Trump. That's not, like, impressive anymore. They're not trying to prove it, really. They're mostly trying to point out how evil he is. And they usually do that by using minority groups as tokens. But that's a different thing. It's a low bar. I agree. Vosh, the easiest way to see this is look at how conservatives talk about New York, shithole, racial slurs, etc., versus liberals talking about rural America. Should have voted for a politician who wouldn't cut their health care. Yeah, no, that's true. The most liberal smugness I see is when people are saying something correct, but kind of like ignorant or presumptuous. Hey, maybe Texas should have voted blue. Yeah, I agree. Maybe they should have. Though, let's not, it's not quite that simple. It's more complicated. Liberals get too much hate from leftists in general, IMO. Well, that's always been my argument, which is that leftists are more obsessed with distinguishing themselves from liberals than they are from combating fascism. Look at how Innuendo Studios has to pretend that your average Berkeley student protester is some kind of like Clintonite liberal who believes that this is a battle for ideas when trying to protest against Milo Yiannopoulos. What are you smoking? That isn't what happened. I remember what happened. That wasn't what was happening. Berkeley leftist protester. I mean, you remember the video footage, right? There were Black Bloc protesters all over Berkeley. And we are largely talking about Berkeley here, by the way, because that was the epicenter of this particular phenomena of, like, conservative provocateur student. Like, oh, yeah, these are all, like, presumptuous white liberals. The funny thing is that I would actually argue that the real problem we had with white overrepresentation in this particular scenario was with the leftists, not the liberals. Seriously, there's a reason why if you go to a lot of college campuses or just like racially diverse groups in general, you'll notice that the idea of Antifa being a bunch of LARPy white boys is a way more common sentiment with Black and Latin liberals than it is with white liberals or any leftists. Innuendo Studios is a dipshit, but to be clear, I think that most of his videos are excellent. This is the one that irked me.
Neither side acknowledges people of color as entities in this fight.
Absolutely delusional. The idea that student protesters don't recognize minorities or marginalized groups, you just literally like anti-true. Go to college campuses. Like, I promise you, okay? It's like, that's so silly. That's so silly to say.
They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want.
Literally, trying to force an equivacy between Milo Yiannopoulos and liberal white college students. It's such a desperate reach to try to smear liberals for, like, no reason.
And their suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct.
Yep, that's true. Your average Berkeley student protester and Milo Yiannopoulos both have equal understandings of the acceptability of the suffering of minority groups. Notice here he is presuming that not taking the bait from Milo Yiannopoulos equals more suffering for minorities, when the opposite is demonstrably true.
You've maybe heard the phrase, in the game of patriarchy, women are not the opposing team, they are the ball. Well, in the game of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, minorities are not the opposing team. They are the cars, store windows, and newspaper kiosks that get wrecked when the home team loses. Or when the home team wins. It's the Eagles fan view of oppression.
Yep, it's all the same. Milo Yiannopoulos and neo-Nazis are the same as Berkeley student protesters in that they're just both fully accepting of damage to minority groups as long as they get to play ball in this imaginary world where Berkeley students ignored the protests. Is this guy a centrist? I don't get it. Yeah, you'd think so, but no, believe it or not, he's a leftist. Keep in mind, we're still operating in this, like... We're operating in this universe right now where students avoid taking the bait from Milo Yiannopoulos.
And make no mistake, weaponizing or disregarding students of color is still racism. But it's racism of a kind most white people have trouble recognizing, or...
First of all, weaponizing a marginalized group in a shared struggle is absolutely not racism at all. Like, if you have a multiracial coalition and both groups are working together to use their respective social positions and arguments to advantage themselves in the pursuit of a shared agenda, that's not racism. That's strategy. Also, again, like, none of this is real. Why does it feel like he's just talking for students of color? Because, ironically, even though he accuses liberals of being primarily motivated by wanting the moral high ground, that's exactly what he's doing. He has to rewrite history to make it seem as though the era of conservative provocateurs in college campuses was a phenomena of white liberals saying, yeah, don't take the bait, guys, while marginalized people in the community are like, whoa, wait, I think we should take the bait, actually. I think we should go and protest, which is just not what happened.
To speak with a sharper edge, that white people often refuse to acknowledge. From the white provocateur who does not hate minorities directly, but is willing to utilize the hate.
Milo Yiannopoulos hates minorities directly, and to suggest otherwise is unironically racist. I know that in the desperate effort to equate white liberals and Milo Yiannopoulos, we have to like water him down and worsen the white liberal. But I promise you, he hates he hates liberals. Yeah, he hates minorities directly. He's a Nazi, and pretending otherwise is not woke.
Hatred of others to get what he wants from some white people who says, I will hurt them a lot just to hurt you a little, to the white liberal who does mental gymnastics to not come out and say, that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make.
This is completely made up. This is literally, go to the college students at that time, or go to the, now that they're out of college, and ask, hey, were you and all the other white students there saying, I'm willing to sacrifice black and brown people as long as it means that I get to ignore Milo Yiannopoulos? You will not find a single human being alive who will cop to that because it didn't happen. Oh, no, he literally a Nazi, SDL.
Racism is not always a passion, but it is tolerable, usable, easy to disregard. In a white supremacist world...
Liberal college student and MAGA hat guy together united in racism on the issue of Milo Yiannopoulos.
It is the cost of doing business. Let me make it clear. Nothing about this is okay.
Sorry.
Now, the weaponizing of minority suffering is employed against many minoritized groups. I could be making this video about transphobia or homophobia, and while—
Stop calling fascists Nazis. Milo Yiannopoulos is a Nazi. The password to his computer was Night of Long Knives, then the year that Jews were expelled from England. He worked with, like, open Nazis to promote media. He's a Nazi.
While many details would differ, I wouldn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney, take a shot, argues that misogyny is the oldest bigotry, and therefore the model on which all other bigotries are based. I'm focusing on institutional racism as my chief example, first, because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016 election, the greatest indicator a person was going to vote Republican, more strongly correlated than being registered as a Republican, was racist sentiments. And third, because racism is a fundamental building block of fascism and a primary means of sowing discord on the left. But we'll get to that. I am going to curb my reflex.
So all of this is correct. I have no issues, which is why I'm not saying anything.
To make every alt-right playbook some kind of definitive statement. I do not have the last word on American racism.
Soy, please stop. You should take it for granted as a presumption that if you say something about a subject, you are not making a super ultra final argument that nobody else can amend or correct. Allow your audience give your audience the grace and intelligence and good charity to assume they know that. And quit doing this performative holding up your hands. I, a white man, I'm not the only person you should... Like, come on. I don't... Just say it. Just say your shit, okay?
If you want to hear about American racism from the people who experience it, here's a book. Here's...
Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Yep. Oh, nice. Ibram X. Kendi. Yeah, dude. You just slap your book. Prove that you have the books by slapping them down.
Books.
Yep. Yep. You're so woke, bro. Yeah. Don't just recommend specific sources or give any descriptions or give people any pointers because you know nobody's actually going to read it and you only did this to show that you own the books. You're such a good white ally, okay? You're so good. You're such a good white ally. That's so great. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like nobody in his audience is going to see this one camera pan and go like, oh, wow, I will read that. Like, because you're not recommending them in a constructive way. Like, hey, read this book to get this specific perspective. You're just showing you have them. And I bet you're showing that you have them because these books are worn. These are library copies. Oh, shit, these are library copies. Is that better or worse? I don't know if that's better or worse. I don't know. Did he check these out just for this shot? Okay.
What I bring to the table is, I have at this point
Is that Vosh?
Several decades experience being white?
We need like an Exodia soy emote where if the soys pile up enough, it merges into like a 5-line stack giga soy that's like vibrating.
And in trying to explicate white supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at it from the inside.
It's always worth. Why would you? Everyone has a right to have opinions on socially relevant topics. If you live in America, then you have an experience with American white supremacy from any side.
So my focus will be, what does whiteness mean to white people? American racial discourse has 4 principal white characters. On the far right end, you've got the guy white people picture when they hear the word racist. Your Klansman, your neo-Nazi, your suit and tie ethno-nationalist. This guy knows he's a racist, and he's proud of it. Next to the white supremacist, you've got the white collaborator. The politician, public figure, or businessman who does not agree with the white supremacist on paper, but will seek out their votes, attention, or money.
So far, this is completely correct.
Next to the collaborator, you've got the white moderate. People who ostensibly believe in racial justice as an end goal and are somewhat committed to bringing it about, but only with the cooperation of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborators than appealing to their better natures. They tend to operate on behalf of people of color rather than with them.
We skipped a step. You guys notice that we skipped a step, guys? We went from open, overt, proud racist to racist collaborator, and now over here we have a liberal white moderate. Did we not skip the average conservative voter? The white collaborator agrees with the open racist internally and launders their behavior publicly. Are we suggesting then that the 100 million conservatives in this country are all privately in agreement with Richard Spencer and that they're just engaging in differing levels of moderation to launder those perspectives? That's psychotic. No. In reality, the vast majority of people who align with racist ends are themselves probably more or less believers in at least a version of equality, but they're very susceptible to narratives and fear-mongering that make them easy targets for misinformation. Put it this way, guys. If there was no such group, why would conservatives spend all their time lying about race issues? If the only 2 groups of racists that they could appeal to politically were either open racists or collaborators with racists, why spend all their time trying to win over the votes of people who aren't by saying what they're doing isn't racist? There would be no need to launder anything. They could all be open. We're skipping a very important step here. Like, we're skipping the most important group to consider. But I do believe that Innuendo Studios is one of those types of people who doesn't really think there's much value in trying to win over the right. So it's possible that he genuinely does believe. I don't know. I don't like this simplification because it implies that there's no point. What is this? Hell yes, my new chair has been ordered.
Plainly put, the cost of doing business maneuver is this group using this group to attack this group using people of color as their weapon of choice. It is white supremacy in the form of 3 groups of white people fighting amongst themselves.
No. It's this group using this group to attack the minorities to appeal to the moderate conservative missing middle. They don't use these minority fear-mongering tactics in order to attack white liberals. They use them to convince people in the middle or people who are right-leaning to vote for them. That's the whole point of politics, is to get votes. Like, when white collaborationists and racists work together to fearmonger about immigrants, they're doing it in order to prey on the fears of moderate or conservative-leaning voters who don't think of themselves as explicitly racist, because if they did, they wouldn't need this narrative to convince them, would they? That immigration is scary, and therefore you need to vote for the candidate who will lock down the border wall. We're missing the point here, because the narrative that Innuendo Studios wants to promote is the idea that all of this is just white people playing ball with minorities. And it's just not true. There are plenty of things that white moderates and white liberals do that are racist and hurt minority groups. We don't have to make up new ones. You know?
Finally, on the far opposite end, you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist.
And here we have it. Here we have the epitomization of the leftist moral high ground holding. The idea that you are either those groups or an Antifa black bloc anti-racist. And that's it. There's no way to be a progressive liberal. You can't be a good advocate on a wide majority. MLK Jr. wouldn't have been a part of this group, I suppose, because he didn't align with what then were considered radical tactics like those of Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party. So I guess by this incredibly cut down definition, MLK Jr. would have been a liberal moderate for trying to work with and appeal to majorities on both sides. This is a ridiculously simplified, like, so the goal here is like that leftists are some kind of elite, you know, outsider political group. Okay, look, I'm just going to say this. If you really believe that that anti-racists are represented by or composed of people who look like this, then we've already lost. So if anti-racism is represented not by the common man, not by the Black Lives Matter protests where white and black and Hispanic people linked arms to protest in the tens of millions, but rather by the hyper minority of Antifa black bloc types. If this is what anti-racism looks like, then we've lost. It's so LARPy. It's so LARPy. The point the video is making is that only white people have politics. I actually do think you're kind of right. The idea that the minority group in question is just like a ball without agency to be tossed around by white groups, as though black people and Latin people and Asian people and whatever have not historically had a ton of influence on this. Think of queer rights, for example. Are queer people just a ball to be thrown around in the battle for their own rights? No. Stonewall was a riot. Gay people and trans people have been incredibly active participants in their own liberation. They're not just quietly being tossed about by the majority power groups. They're really active. Of course, that doesn't mean that there aren't non-queer people who won't use them as like a token, but imagine this being applied to like queer politics or trans politics right now, right? Right now, trans rights are being stripped aggressively by the right. But if you can imagine this dynamic being applied to trans people specifically, are there no allies to trans people who authentically represent their interests, who aren't like radical trans supporting activists, who aren't like Antifa types? Because the majority of Democrats vote in favor of trans rights. So where are they? Do you think the average liberal Democrat right now is only willing to pursue trans rights with the collaboration of Republican politicians? Think about that for a second, because that's the argument that's being made. There are a lot of Democrats out there, folks, and they're only willing to push for your rights as long as they can get it done with the collaboration of Marjorie Taylor Greene, or Matt Gaetz, or Ron DeSantis. Really? Is that true? Because that sounds psychotic. That's not true, even a little bit. But if your goal is to make it seem like all liberals are basically just the same as conservatives and that they're callously racist or bigoted and they treat the minority group as like a disposable political weapon and not as like a regular group of people. You know, if you make that up, then this would be how you'd promote that narrative. Does everyone understand where I'm coming at this from? This is like a nuanced criticism, so I need you guys to have your thinking caps on. The argument here is not that white liberals never make mistakes. That's all they make. And the argument is not that conservatives aren't a real threat. And what's more, the argument is not that leftism isn't great. It is, which is why it's good that I'm the only real leftist. The argument is that this is a ridiculous, disingenuous oversimplification of how politics takes place with the goal of equating liberals and conservatives, which is wrong. And yes, this is a self-defeating argument because the implicit argument here is that the only way to advocate for the rights of minorities is to break from the system entirely. But I got to tell you guys, I know that might seem really tempting to be that kind of LARPer, but I promise you, trans people right now do not need you to break from the Democrat Party, the only powerful institution advocating for their rights and defending it in states they control, in order to go be some kind of lunatic moon political person, you know, some sort of radical activist. What they need, what you need to do, is build a massive coalition, a political bloc, which includes as many people as possible, including the hundreds of millions of people left out here. I want to propose an alternate model, the onion model. Core, activist, supporters, disengaged, hostile. Yeah, this is good right here. Here we have the missing middle. Hostile would describe the entire Republican Party. Disengaged would describe a pretty significant portion of the American population and also people who maybe vote Republican on incidental issues but aren't ideologically committed to their goals. Then we have supporters, which represents most of the Democrat Party and everyone in my community currently. Activists, which represent a significant portion of the Democratic Party and a lot of people in my community, and the core would represent both the group itself and people who are like locked in with it, which I would consider myself to be a part of. I mean, depending on the issue, I am a part of the core. I'm queer. But, you know, I think that's a much better model. Innuendo literally used this in the radicalization video too. Well, ideological inconsistency is the norm for lefties with a bone to pick with liberals.
Far opposite end, you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist, where the racist will support white supremacy, the collaborator uphold white supremacy, and the moderate seek to reform white supremacy. Only
we're really missing a lot of people here, man.
The anti-racist is trying to get rid of it. And even they are not free from racial bias.
But even if you belong to this group, remember, I'm aware of the fact that there are imperfections even with white leftists, remember.
And if you tell one of them, you are not free from racial bias, it's not guaranteed they will react well. It's just, if you're trying to fight white supremacy, they're the white folks you have the best odds with. Now, this little chorus line is not how white people typically frame the situation. We usually think of racism as a binary.
Not how white people typically frame the situation. Hold on.
There are racists, and there are non-racists. In that framing, the provocateur is someone whose allegiance we get to debate. He willingly sacrifices people of color, but...
No? Wait, white liberals are debating whether Milo Yiannopoulos is a racist? Wait, what? When was that a discourse? I didn't realize that was something that was up in the air. I thought that was pretty straightforward and not... And also, where is this nonsense if he does not personally hate minorities from? I'm serious. Innuendo Studios, if you see this video, where did you get the idea that Milo Yiannopoulos does not personally hate minorities from? He is a Nazi. And this was known by the time you made this video. This is like laundering him. Why are you doing this? Why are you acting like he's some kind of disengaged troll? He's insincere when he does his shit, but that doesn't mean he doesn't personally hate them. How old is this video? 8 months.
Without personally hating them. Does that count as hashtag racism? This debate lasts approximately the rest of your goddamn life, which should be evidence enough that the frame is wanting.
This was not a debate in leftist or even liberal communities, as far as I saw. Like, there was a brief period in like 2016 or 2017 where there were a couple of news items where they sort of tried to launder Milo, and Richard Spencer, but pretty immediately the consensus was, yes, they're just full-on racists. This is that, like, this was a debate that was had insincerely with conservatives. Conservatives would argue he's just a troll, and the left and liberals would argue, no, he's a fascist or a racist or a Nazi or whatever. The argument was not within liberal communities.
In today's framing, there are several shades of racism, and there is anti-racism.
What about several shades of anti-racism? What about people who support, like, progressive, moderate reforms within an electoral system but aren't full-on, like, lefty socialism pilled? Are they just part of racism? Is it really like that? Because if that's the case, Martin Luther King Jr. would be in the racist category, because Martin Luther King Jr. did advocate for progressive reform. Even the more radical stuff that he pushed for, like reparations, would have fit within a broader model of electoral, moderate, reformist political engagement. Whereas I'm just guessing by the fact that the person on the left is wearing a mask that they're meant to be like an Antifa stand-in, the kind of person who believes in radical anti-electoral engagement, litigative stuff. And if that's the case, like, where's the line? Sorry, man, unless you literally look like this dude, I guess you're a racist now.
There is no non. Now, before we map the...
Yes, there are non-racist people. This is such a smarmy... This is what I mean by leftist smugness. This is such a smarmy thing to say. You can absolutely have people who are not, like, engaged enough with racial politics to be meaningfully on any side. Yes, their participation in the system as a whole still means that their actions will be colored one way or another, no pun intended, but the idea that, like, sorry, man, you're with us or against us is the worst possible way to win over people. You cannot go over to a person who's not that politically educated and go, oh, you're not aware of how your behavior contributes to the patriarchy and white supremacy? That means you're a racist. You're a racist. You agree with racism. You're on the side of racism. Dude, great, good fucking luck coalition building. Yeah, you're going to help a lot of minorities with that attitude. Again, this isn't just a matter of radicalism. The Black Panther Party was willing to do coalitions with and work with people who weren't necessarily sold on black liberation. This is why they were so dangerous. This is why the FBI wanted Fred Hampton killed, because Fred Hampton was smart enough to preach in a way that reached across the aisle and tried to win over people who even had significant ideological disagreements. Fred Hampton would have never said, you're with us or you're against us. You have to be the Black Panther Party or you're racist and it's done. That would be ridiculous. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. One last graph, about 1% of people do in excess of 10 political activities a year. Yeah, like, the idea of, if our definition of anti-racist is limited to a group of people of this character, then, like, great. We have, like, very, very few. Look at this. 1%.
Choreography of how these four types interact. First, a quick note on how most white people...
Were white people allowed in the Black Panthers? The Black Panthers was a black org, but they worked with white people all the time, to the point of, like, direct political collaboration. They, like, the org itself was a black organization, but they were not opposed to working with white people, and they did so, the Rainbow Coalition, evenly and, like, even-handedly. Rainbow Coalition. Thank you, Fred Hampton. I love you. Sorry you died. Black-led organizations use the Rainbow, an anti-racist, anti-class, multicultural movement founded in 1969 in Chicago, Illinois. Jimenez, after the Young Lords were in the news, 1860 police station, radical socialist groups like Lincoln Park Poor People's Coalition joined nationwide Students for a Democratic Society, the Brown Berets, the American Indian Movement, and the Red Guard Party. Talked about forming the Rainbow Coalition. They eventually collapsed under duress from constant harassment from local and federal law enforcement. Huh. I wonder why the feds were really insistent on breaking up what was probably the origin point of the most powerful, like, multiracial coalition movement to fight against systemic oppression. What was it about them that was so dangerous that the feds got involved? there was a White Panther Party to help the Black Panthers? Yeah, founded in 1968. It was started in response to an interview where Huey P. Newton was asked what white people could do to support the Black Panthers. Newton replied they could form a White Panther Party. And they worked in the Rainbow Coalition. It's a silly flag, and I agree. You know, whatever. We're not critiquing the flag. Sorry.
People think about whiteness. Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to.
It reminds me of this image. Yeah, dude, that's true. That's true. White liberals hate to think about whiteness, man. You definitely can't find constant, nonstop efforts to talk about white supremacy in an institutional and academic framework that extends so far up the totem pole that fucking you're getting corporations to bring people in on racial sensitivity training with like Ibram X. Kendi or the lady who I don't like. Yeah, man, it's true. Liberals are so bad. They're so terrible. Why not just argue that their analysis is lacking? Why not target liberals for the fact that they're weak when it comes to systemic analysis? Why make up this world where liberals don't talk about whiteness? And yes, it always comes down to this meme. All politics is just this meme.
Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to.
Don't you crackle at me, old
Whiteness in
video
America.
footage. Oh,
Is it
God.
vanilla? No. It's fior di latte. Nothing but milk and sugar. When non-whites are flavors, we are the base. In the same way one does not hear one's own accent. British people have accents.
That's not a lot of pots.
But we just speak English normal-like.
That's not a lot of pots.
If you have not built your whole identity around being white, you probably don't think about your whiteness very often.
This is true. This is all correct.
And perhaps even feel uncomfortable when one points it out. For it is the white experience to passively, unconsciously, conceive of oneself as a kind of raceless default. This is privilege!
This video is super smug. Yes, this video is incredibly smug and self-satisfied. My biggest critique of Innuendo Studios has always been the fact that these videos are incredibly repellent to people who don't already agree with them. They're insufferable. If you don't come into this already agreeing with the premises of these videos, and thankfully I do, except I think this is his worst video, but apart from that, you know, yeah, like, it will repel people on so many levels. And maybe he thinks that's okay, and I really just do not think so.
Indeed, this is part of what makes privilege privilege. It's the identity that's treated as a norm, the one you don't have to think about. A movie with an all-white cast is widely perceived as being in no way about race. But that's not true of one with an all-black cast. Identities being treated as defaults makes institutional racism difficult to understand even for well-meaning white people. How can I be racist?
I think I'm insufferable in a completely different way, thank you.
If I don't identify as a racist, how could I be part of a group I never opted into? But let us reflect. Would a group one never opted into not describe a minority? People don't choose to be gay, and while people also don't choose to be straight, being straight is normal. People don't come out as straight.
Yeah, I would argue that, like, unironically, I would argue that I managed to tamp down my insufferability largely by being funny and not too self-serious. These videos are unfunny and deeply self-serious, in addition to being insufferably smug. So I feel like that's kind of a... It's a combination of a variety of characteristics. Again, I think that this channel is worth looking at. I want to be clear. I think that there are a lot of valuable videos on this channel, but... you know.
To have complex codes for signaling heterosexuality. Not that they'll admit to, at least. In lieu of other evidence, straightness is presumed. But if people clock you as gay, or even think they've clocked you as gay, then you stand out from the background. It makes you more visible, where the appearance of straightness makes you less so. Makes you the everyman. Of the many identities one may have at any given time on any given axis, there is typically only one default, whose rules operate differently to the rest. The more of these normal identities one possesses, the more accustomed one is to being the default. The idea is foreign that people might group one not by how one thinks of oneself, but by how one is perceived, and by how one impacts others. It gets hard to fathom that any more than whether or not a light-skinned Mexican gets to be white is up to them, whether or not you fit the definition of racist is not up to you. The boundaries are not policed from the inside.
Again, I don't disagree with anything in there. I think that's a fine bit.
So, okay. Going again from right to left, this is where we find the titular alt-right. What's novel about the suit and tie ethno-nationalist is how they break from the iconography of racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color, but in such a way that the white establishment lets them get away with it. The average white person's shorthand for a racist is still primarily the Klansman and the neo-Nazi, respectively a rural working-class white nationalism and an urban working-class white nationalism. The alt-right is the gentrification of white nationalism.
This is true to an extent, but it's also outdated. The period of time during which the liberal media was fascinated with this new trend of alt-right ethno-nationalism doesn't mean racial supremacy. It just means we believe in a homeland for our... This is all done. It's done. That, like, liberals have no problem calling Republicans racist right now. Seriously, like, at all. The Democrats broadly are just calling Republicans fascists. It's not... It's yeah, this is like from 2016. I mean, we're watching an old-ass video, to be fair. No, we're not! It's from less than a year ago! Stop. Why? People keep saying, well, I know it sounds like it's really old, but it's not. When this video came out, and for years prior, the dynamic here had shifted tremendously. And I don't like promoting the idea that liberals and Democrats are still, like, charmed by this doublethink alt-right nonsense. You know? Like, the dynamic has shifted, but the insistence on complaining about the liberals as though nothing has changed would suggest to me a motivated agenda.
Their pocket squares and MBAs and $90 haircuts short out the white moderate's brain because they still associate white supremacy with white trash. Racism is worse than evil. It's common. It's why they insist reactionary conservatism is propped up by the white working class in flyover states, despite all evidence to the contrary.
The alt-right can't be as bad as everyone says, because whoever heard of a racist going to Harvard?
Okay. To an extent, the classist argument, the idea that racism is considered to be a common, like, white trash thing, that is a thing that has historically been an issue with white liberals' perceptions. The problem, again, is that things have changed. Like, the idea of the Republican Party being a bunch of evil suits who want to reinstate white supremacy. Yeah, it's not... Oh, Soaked on Left, you're completely correct, by the way. The idea that, like, the white working class was acting out of economic anxiety and that's why they voted for Trump, that was like a leftist argument. YouTube chat is saying this is a re-upload. Is that true? How, from what? I don't think that's true. Wouldn't that be mentioned? That's not true. That's not true.
The alt-right bridges the gap between white nationalism and the rest of white culture using class signifiers to gain access to the political and social capital of the more mainstream collaborators.
I feel like I saw this forever ago, dog. That's because the rhetoric in the video is dated and they're using an older example. Can we just move on? It also doesn't, like, this is a higher level of production quality than he was doing, like, 6 years ago.
And getting the moderate to treat them not as someone to be ignored, but someone to bargain with in good faith. The collaborator finds value in this relationship because regardless of one's...
He mentioned it in a community post? Really? He mentioned it in a community post, but he didn't mention it anywhere here in the description of the video. Is that true? Well, let's see. Let's see. By the way, even if this video is old, I think that this rhetoric was wrong then. I think it's outdated now, but I think this characterization of liberal behavior and the equation between it, or the equating between it and, like, Milo Yiannopoulos or whatever, was wrong then. But, here, community post. Promoting FD signifier. No, there's nothing here in a community post that in any way relates to that. There are only 2 community posts. One of them is a promotion of FD Signifier, and one of them is from 5 years ago. So who's saying this? Are you guys, like, are you just is this a troll? Found it on Tumblr? What? Yeah, right here. September 26, 2022, 10 months ago. The first new alt-right playbook since just after the pandemic began. There, can we move on?
Position on it. Racism works. A police officer may not be personally racist, but when it's the end of the month and they need to hand out a few more tickets to make quota, it's safest to do so in a low-income neighborhood where the average driver can't make their life hell by hiring a lawyer. And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latine, so... And a prison warden may not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist, so black and Latine...
Yeah, he unironically does the Latinx thing. That's how you say Latinx. It's Latine, but I'm not going to say Latine. You could just say Latin or Hispanic, but yes, he actually says that. He unironically says it, yes.
People are the easiest to jail, and private prisons get more funding when they're full, so... And a conservative politician may not be personally racist, but black and Latine people predominantly vote Democrat, and since they're disproportionately imprisoned, if the politician denies convicts the right to vote, they're more likely to get reelected, so...
I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks I give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to.
Andres, I'm actually going to ban you. Stop with this shit. It's a modern video. It took them a while to make. The video came out. Stop. 2 years ago, it was also outdated. Stop.
Now, frequently enough, these people are self-identified, card-carrying racists. My point is, for this system of incentives and rewards to operate, they don't have to be. Any of them may, but none of them must. Racism exists, and it's efficient. And in a capitalist society where cops are competing for promotions, private prisons are competing for
Wait, are we done talking about white liberals? Getting bored now. I think, so the reason I'm not talking anymore is because I don't disagree with anything that's being said.
Our solutions is that we implied the problem was racism. Yes, white people are overrepresented in dozens of industries nationwide, but have you considered that it's a fluke? Pitch me a solution for it being a fluke. The collaborators' white supremacy exists in the negative space. They agree racism exists, get arrested less often, and are typically in position to negotiate with whomever's in power. That this society was built for the everyman, and being the everyman confers power upon you. When children of white moderates get older and...
Because if we don't jump around, I'll just end it.
First brush up against this definition, wherein white supremacy is not small, but all-encompassing, where it can be cruel, but is at least as often indifferent, and where every white person in the country is bound up in it and privileged by it, whether they want to be or not, and will never, ever experience it themselves, where it's not about feelings, but about power. How often do they say, oh, maybe the definition I grew up with was simplified for 9-year-olds? Or, oh, maybe the definition given to me by white grown-ups was less complete than one a black grown-up might have given? That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us. White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radicalizing them to the cause, and then pitching themselves to white collaborators as a demographic now large enough to sway a narrow election. If moderates wanted to counter this strategy, they might look at who out there is sympathetic to progressive causes but isn't voting. Maybe because they don't feel liberal candidates represent them. Or maybe because someone just happened to shut down all the polling locations in their neighborhood. And, mathematically, there's probably a lot more disenfranchised people of color who match that description than racist white people who aren't already Republicans. But that strategy would mean doubling down on anti-racist talking points instead of easing off of them. It would mean a willingness to alienate some white people. It's giving up on them.
I don't like the idea that there's a dichotomy between appealing to marginalized people and appealing to conservative-leaning people. because there isn't. And we know there isn't because Bernie Sanders existed. Well, he still exists. His campaigns existed. There are ways to appeal to both groups. You can placate, pour water on, like narratives that excite and agitate racists or people who don't think they're racist but kind of are, while also reaching a hand out to the working class and to minority groups. In fact, I think it's pretty easy to do so because in many cases, the underlying problems that both of these groups experience are class determinant. They're working class people. Overwhelmingly, most of America is working class. They're working class people who face problems which are a product of systems that we all suffer under, regardless of our race. And the Republican strategy is to try to win people over by displacing the anger they feel about their economic marginalization onto race issues. Why is the economy bad? It's because of China. It's because of immigrants. It's because of Mexicans. Why do you feel like shit? Why is everything falling apart? Well, it's not because of the economy or whatever. It's because of trans people, you know? And the Democrats, which have never fully committed at any level to meaningfully addressing these economic problems, you know, can't really do much more than arguing against the rhetoric of the racist than the underlying logic that the racist is trying to supplant with racism. So I think it's pretty easy to appeal to both groups, right? All you have to do is drive that line, you know? Racism is just a way that they are distracting you from these real issues. Don't fall for it. We need to commit to them sincerely. And that would also be advocacy, of course, for both anti-racism and for class issues. Innuendo Studios wouldn't recognize this because he unironically claimed Bernie was racist. Is that true? Wait, hold on. Is Innuendo Studios even a leftist? Is he a lib? Am I watching a liberal lib talk at other libs to be the smuggest lib? Libs do the best libbing. I'm trying to find any evidence of this happening. He called himself a pinko. Yeah, well, libs love to do that. I'm trying to find a source for that. Sorry, I can't find anything. Maybe it's not true. We gotta finish up, man.
It's admitting that a significant percentage of American whiteness is not on the side of racial equity. It means there's a definition of racism where it isn't fringe, but common and pervasive.
I think the point here is that liberals don't do much to appeal to disenfranchised people of color as much as cons do to appeal to racist lol. I agree with that. I just, alongside all the really weird, like, here are the blocks of racist and anti-racist shit that was earlier in the video, I really, really, really hate and am wary of mischaracterizations of liberals because there are so many leftists who are, like, desperate to distinguish themselves from liberals by painting all liberals as like neocon adjacent Clintonites who have absolutely no progressive inclinations and are basically just an enemy when it comes to meaningful change. And there leftists who believe that are all over Twitter. Go to Twitter right now and find, I guarantee you right now, there is an active post with more than 10,000 likes, which is saying, what's the point in voting for Joe Biden when Tennessee passes anti-trans laws under Joe Biden? Just lefties who are probably 15, who are probably suicidally ideative, who have no understanding of how politics works, who are trying to transfer their low IQ onto the rest of the country, who are like, whose whole personality is not being a liberal, like their fucking parents. There's a lot of this. No one pointed anything Sanders has actually done for black people during his time as office, nor for any specifically race-oriented policies proposed, which one of the complaints and surveys. Isn't just being an economic populist itself and not being racist about it far better than any Democrat on race issues? The statement that Warren is better on race than Sanders should not be met with 75% hostility. Okay, it's just soy shit. I don't fucking know. Globe emoji.
And where addressing it requires thinking about their place in it. It means asking why they feel more affinity for white people who oppose
Independently ranked the top candidate on racial justice by 2 orgs, the Root and the Center for Urban Racial Equality. Vosh, is it just me, or do you find yourself agreeing with liberals way more often than leftists? Yeah, if only leftists weren't fucking retards, then I wouldn't have to do that so often. I'm not joking, yeah. Liberals, okay, what have American leftists built right now? What do they currently build, maintain, organize, collectivize around? Nothing. They have nothing. They've built nothing. There are little advocacy groups. There are people with a hope for better worlds. There are people who want to make change. But right now, they don't run anything. The world is either liberal or fascist. Those are the two ideologies that exist in an institutional sense in the world right now. And America is... What's that? Soaked on left, you do not want to cite the DSA as an example for leftists being responsible caretakers of a system. That's, in fact, completely my point. Thank you. Liberals have run this country for a long time, you know, in their varying forms. And as a product of being the ideology that is ruled, there are some fairly nuanced and fairly well-developed systems that exist and that have been defended and iterated upon that self-justify. The problem with leftists is that they don't have an example to point to, right? What are you going to point to? China, the Soviet Union? No. If you want to make an argument for anything leftist, you're kind of throwing darts at a wall. Not necessarily a bad dart or a bad wall, but you're having to work from first principles a little bit. This is why a lot of lefties struggle with electoralism, because electoralism is the bridge that exists right now that gets us from A to B, and bridge building is tough, but imagining the other side of the river is easy. In fact, you can see it from here. It's in your head. The problem is, like, lefties are so desperate to define themselves, to iterate and to build, to make a change, that they come up with a lot of really bad ideas. And I consider myself to be a fairly effective gatekeeper for the worst of them. I do not think leftism can survive in this world if it is defended predominantly by its loudest advocates right now, because its loudest advocates in America are psychotic idiot children. So yeah, I do find myself agreeing with liberals on a lot of stuff. Not, mind you, because I don't have better ideas than them. I do, and I've argued for them. But because the other ideas that are being thrown their way are so bad that I can't risk the left being pulled down with them. I want you guys to have a better understanding of liberals so you can better critique them. I don't want you to be complacent like the liberal. I want you to know what you're up against. Because otherwise you run the risk of being one of those internet lefties who will unironically make arguments like, how are Democrats better than Republicans on trans issues when Florida is passing anti-trans bills? That is a real take that I have seen tens of thousands of people like and hundreds of thousands of people see and have burned into their minds. You need to understand the system better than that if you want to meaningfully change it. That's what made Marx a good political advocate, by the way. Marx was not the first person to point out that wealthy people controlling everything was bullshit, you know? He was better at understanding and critiquing the system than any of his contemporaries. That's what defines him, not the fact that he was the first to arrive at those fundamental prescriptive conclusions, because he wasn't, not even close, not even remotely. So yeah, that's my request. If you're going to be a lefty and you have change, that you have ideas on how you want to bring about differences, you'd better make sure they're good ideas, because otherwise you're really just wasting our time and making all of us dumber.
them than people of color they claim to agree with. Why the votes of the former have to be earned, but the latter are expected. And since all that seems intolerable, they fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction, but run very little risk of arriving anywhere. How about instead of defunding the police, we give them more money than any administration in years, but also Juneteenth is a national holiday now. Something for everyone. The left has the numbers to leave behind white centrists who slow down anti-racist efforts. And it doesn't. Because
I could do on a ramble about how police budgets are not determined at a federal level and that you're massively oversimplifying the issue by suggesting that there's any relationship between Juneteenth being a national holiday. I could argue that he's like skipping past the fact that Biden has called for a set of policing standards to affect the entire nation, but because policing policy is dictated like at a local level, it's actually really difficult to do that sort of stuff, and that also it's really, really, really difficult to like again, it's a matter of having the right idea to criticize the problem, you know. But it's complicated. It's complicated. But we all just want simple narratives.
White moderates don't want to. They and the white collaborators are supposed to be in this together. And they are.
No, they're not. This isn't real anymore. Holy shit. Liberal Democrats are not promoting bipartisanship as like a first principle with Republicans. Things are pretty oppositional right now. I think they could be more oppositional. I think that Biden should go on stage and call them all pedophiles. Yes, I agree with that. However, the idea that like it's not the 90s anymore. It's not the 90s. I agree that there's still an insistence on bipartisanship on some level, but the idea that there's some kind of like overt express goal, the Congress doesn't even pass anything anymore, except for like the occasional economic bill in the budget and stuff.
Just not in the way they think. The irony is that the right feels no affinity for white moderates whatsoever. They hate, and I mean hate, white moderates. Smug pricks always talking about unity whenever they win an election. Reach across the aisle? That's what you say when you've lost and you want the other guys to make concessions they don't have to make. You don't do it when you're in power. Are they trying to humiliate us, or did we really lose to a bunch of clowns who—
This is completely true, by the way. Conservatives are absolutely contemptuous of the fact that liberals are like a political opponent to them while being these like buffoons who don't even play the power game the way conservatives try to.
Don't even know how to win right, debasing themselves in front of minorities just to get their votes when they clearly aren't going to do anything real for them. Christ, at least the white supremacists are honest. The right will threaten POC sometimes just to call the white moderates bluff. Racism must be understood as more than a set of individual beliefs and feelings.
This is true. That is true. What he's saying here is true.
But as a tool for achieving political ends. First and foremost, because claiming otherwise is both factually and morally wrong, but also, without this understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes. Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger and need to be protected and mobilized. Now, this isn't unique to fascism. Between the Cold War, the war on drugs, and the war on terror, the US has been in some form of ongoing conflict for the last 3 generations. But you'll note the Cold War didn't end on a battlefield. It ended when the Soviet Union collapsed in on itself. Communism, terrorism, and drug dealing are patterns of behavior, and they wax and wane, often for reasons outside our control. Geopolitics may someday shift such that terrorism becomes less prevalent, or that lowers the demand for drugs. Communism can be fought with diplomacy and economic sanctions, because communists can choose not to be communist anymore. And fascists have no use for soft power.
They were never communist.
To justify a military dictatorship, they need an opponent that won't just go away on its own one day. It always comes back to identity politics, because black people can't stop being black. Theirs is a number that will not be reduced without the hard power of violence and displacement. Fascism begins by stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians, subtly shifting focus—
This is true.
—away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner or later, they settle on something unchangeable: race, gender, ethnicity, religious background. The bigotry is localized to the region's existing prejudices. In Nazi Germany, it was Jews, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, Slavs, black people, queer people, and people with disabilities. In fascist Italy, it was Slovenes, until Mussolini invaded Libya and Ethiopia, and so demonized their citizens as well. In the US, the Klan and the American Nazi Party targeted African Americans, Jews, Catholics, queer people, and immigrants. Spain under Franco tried to determine the exact racial makeup of the Spanish people so they could cast out those with the wrong mixture of bloods. This is why the far right has gone all in on transphobia, by the way. Like, it's joined Islamophobia on the outer rim of acceptable bigotries. On some level, they know.
I actually think that Islamophobia, in a weird way, is kind of done. Oh, so I shouldn't say done, but it's no longer taken a first spot in the right's, like, target for fear-mongering, in part because we've gotten further and further from 9/11, so that, you know, the fear-mongering, you know, doesn't... Yes, I'm talking about America, not Europe. But over in America, I've mostly seen praise from Muslims. Like, Andrew Tate is doing the fake Muslim thing, Aiden Ross as well. The, like, Dubai shit, Saudi Arabia financing a lot of conservative shit over here. I think that, like, we're doing... There's a lot of this, like, Catholics, Orthodox, Christians, and Islamic, nation states linking arms in the global war against degeneracy. You know what I mean? Remember when Lauren Chen was like, let's talk about dank Taliban memes when the Taliban reconquered Afghanistan? I just see a weird amount of praise of Islam from conservatives these days. It's not like they meaningfully disagree on much.
Oh, trans folks aren't just cis people in disguise. That desistance is rare and conversion therapy doesn't work. Because if trans people could just stop being trans, they never would have picked them for an enemy. This is where it starts. This is why you should have no patience for anyone saying wokeness is dividing the left. We should be focusing on class. They're not attacking us on class. They're trying to sell themselves as better on class than we are. Where do you think that fairy tale about blue-collar whites comes from? They want you to believe that they, and not the socialists, are the path forward for the downtrodden. There's a reason fascism started popping up all over Europe.
See, this is why he isn't a tanky. Tankies wouldn't make statements like this. Because tankies are usually all too willing to fall for narratives like that. Like I said, I really do like the videos on this guy's channel, even if he's a bit of a soy lord. It's just this one video rubbed me the wrong way, which is why I went over it. I recommend you guys look at it. They're like rhetoric-focused videos.
Right after the Russian Revolution, Mussolini got his start beating up socialists in the Po Valley on the grounds that he was defending not wealthy elites, but struggling rural farmers who didn't like the socialist takeover of their industry during the Biennio Rosso. The fascist goal is to harness and redirect class resentment towards a scapegoat. They come at us on identity. It always comes down to the shape of the human skull. When a provocateur shows up on a college campus to talk about ideas, it's not a debate. There's no special sequence of words that will defeat them.
This is true.
This is a show of dominance. They are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy to be opposed. In that framing, the stakes are attention, the weapons are words, and people of color are not players but tokens on a white person's game board.
No, they are both players and tokens. The idea that they're the subject being discussed... First of all, Milo Yiannopoulos and the people that this abstract representation are meant to target also attack white people. It's not just... Like, the idea that it's, like, exclusively a discussion of minority groups and not a broader attack on left principles, values, and behavior that includes advocacy for minorities is ridiculous. So, no, minorities are not just the ball that's being played with. They are participants, and they are also victims of the game, for sure. But yeah, they absolutely are a part of this.
And they are checking whether you will submit to that structure. They don't care about ideas. They care about power. And power is what beats them. They tell you 400 people showing up to protest is just free news coverage. But when 4,000 show up, they cancel. That's power.
That's not necessarily true. First of all, getting 4,000 people together, like, what do you do if you try to mount an opposition or a counter protest and then you only have a couple hundred people? Do you cancel? Because now that makes you look really weak. Like, this is the problem. The idea of, like, yeah, well, we can demonstrate power and all we have to do is be far more powerful than them every time. Yes? But what if you don't? Not to mention having to cancel because mobs of thousands of far left student protesters showed up is basically just giving you the narrative that you want. Milo Yiannopoulos wanted that narrative. I had to not show up due to threats of violence. The police wouldn't let me. They said it was too dangerous for me. Look at how intolerant these college campuses are. I'm sorry. I think this makes things more dangerous for the minorities who are present at that college. Because then I think that Milo Yiannopoulos, now that he has a ton of media attention on him because he just got like forced out of Berkeley, can go and say, you know, yeah, and it's all this and that group, and what about this and what about that, and then go on social media and post pre-transition trans photos or post immigrant info or whatever else. Vosh, is this how you felt back then, or have you evolved on this? I felt differently back then. I would have agreed with Innuendo Studios 5 years ago. And I've changed my mind. Because you know what? I was here for all of it. And it never worked. We never got what we wanted. Every single time there was any kind of Antifa versus conservative battle on college campuses, it would always work out better for them. Because they knew how to consolidate their media apparatus and hyperfixate on promoting the person who was going to speak at the event. You'd have Andy No show up and take like edited videos to promote the lie that it was actually the far left that was being violent there. A bunch of people would get hurt anyway. We'd have victim narratives that would carry on for years. And how much media attention was like meaningfully directed in a positive way towards the left? I would argue very little, because the people that the right are trying to win over are affected by the narrative of violent students at Berkeley ousting Milo Yiannopoulos. But the people the left are trying to win over, a huge broad plurality of moderate and liberal voters, are not inspired by images of radical student protesters knocking over trash cans or menacing people from a black bloc at Berkeley. It's not an effective angle for us, because we can't play the victimization line as effectively as they can when we're showing up to protest their speech, even if it's disingenuous, because obviously the speech is incendiary and meant to instigate violence from their perspective. No, I genuinely believe, like SDL says, Vosh, anecdotally, after the Battle of Berkeley, for around 2 years, I constantly heard about Antifa violence and bike locks, even as white nationalists did dozens of shooting a year. I just don't think it worked, okay? Conservative media will consolidate to defend Milo Yiannopoulos. Leftist and liberal media will not consolidate to defend random bike lock Antifa guy. It just doesn't work in our favor. I really do think that the best way to deal with stuff like that is to just ignore it. I know that sounds insane, but keep in mind that, like, they're provocateurs. That is the one place they want us to focus. Like, I'm not saying ignore white supremacy. Milo's whole job was to get our attention. This is the one place where we know for an absolute fact that they benefit from attention because they're saying they do. So here specifically, we shouldn't grant it. But, you know, I can't control groups of student protesters. What about tearing down their flyers and spreading counter-info? Sure. Yeah, fine. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Then we should do the same. We should build a media apparatus that disarms the narratives. No? Yeah, good luck with that. Go. Yeah. You and what billions of dollars? Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah. Like, that's up there with, like, you know, well, what if we just did communism? Then it wouldn't be an issue. I agree. Are you effectively saying the idea of a constructive college debate for the left with these white nationalists is impossible? Well, wait. First of all, Milo wasn't doing debates. He was just speaking from a podium. Second of all, no, there's nothing you could say to a person like Milo in a college debate setting that would in any way benefit your cause. He is a troll. He's a troll who believes the worst versions of what he says, but he's still a troll. Also, don't dignify him with the engagement. I would be willing to have a conversation with something like, I don't know, Nick Fuentes. If he called into the stream, I called him a gay retard, and then, like, we yelled at each other for 15 minutes before I kicked him. That's a fine. That's a level of respect and engagement that I think is proportioned to his IQ and his worth as a human. But I wouldn't, like, sit down in, like, a cozy seat at Harvard to talk with him and, like, allow him to intellectualize his anti-intellectual positions. The guy's literally said he doesn't believe in evidence if it disagrees with him because that means the Jews made it. What argument is there to be had? All you can do is make fun of him. But you can't make fun of somebody like Milo when you're at a college debate, because that setting implies a degree of civility and mutual respect, which is just not present here. Teal Josh, I'm fine with the counter-protest at Charlottesville. That wasn't a provocateur showing up at a college campus. Do you think Destiny is wrong to debate Fuentes the way he does? No, I think that Destiny going on Cozy TV and talking to Fuentes 50,000 times and like doing stuff together has been great for the overall advancement of progressivism and proletarian democracy. Anyway, I'm not against counter-protesting. I'm just saying specifically for people like Milo Yiannopoulos, like the whole game is, can he bait you into engaging? And like he did over and over. The only reason Milo's career took a downward turn is because he isolated himself from other right-wing allies and admitted to being a pedophile. Spencer stopped touring campuses because of Antifa. Yeah, but like, Richard Spencer stopped being relevant before this happened, is the problem. Richard Spencer was a flash in the pan. He got like a CNN thing, and then after that, it was a rapid downward turn. This is why right now, if you go on Richard Spencer's like Twitter page or whatever, he has got like no engagement, and he's supporting Joe Biden. This isn't like representative, and he wasn't that kind of provocateur. He tried to be one, but he wasn't good at it. Too emotionally unstable. Also, have you considered the possibility that when he says Antifa is what made his rallies not fun anymore, that he might be lying? That it might just be the fact that not enough people were showing up and people didn't care about what he had to say, and rather than admitting to the public, I don't want to do this anymore because nobody gives a shit about me, he instead said, oh yeah, the Antifa groups are making this less fun? Like, do you think the professional liar might be lying? Again, I'm fine with counter-protesting. It's just like the one time you shouldn't, man. But I've already made my complaints about Antifa. I guess people shouldn't protest turf academics when they speak. That really depends. Why? Stop ascribing. Don't. Listen, if you're going to step to me, better make sure you understand what I believe, okay? Sometimes I think counter-protesting turfs is good. A lot of people who promote the turf ideology are not open trolls in the sense that, like Milo, they will just flippantly lie and threaten people the way that he did. A lot of them actually do believe the words they're saying and will attempt to be an earnest advocate for it. When people are engaging in earnest advocacy, earnest counter-protest is almost always effective. Like, uniformly so. Because in that case, you're not playing into a system that has been designed exclusively to benefit from the provocateur. There are sometimes provocateurs, like Posey Parker. Posey Parker's little bit in, say, New Zealand, in Australia, got her in a lot of trouble. But here's the thing, folks. What led to Posey Parker getting a lot of negative reception in Australia? Was it the counter-protest, or was it her supporters? The thing that got her ousted... Oh, no, it was Australia. The thing that got her in a lot of trouble was because Nazis showed up and Sieg Heiled right outside. She got in a lot of trouble there because it was really evident that she was politically aligned with Nazis. It wasn't because people protested against her. It wasn't because people showed up and yelled at her. It was because she was just in a big open road with Nazis. That was what did her in. Well, it didn't do her in. She's still a very prominent advocate for killing trans people, and she's still a hateful monster. But it was definitely a huge setback, and it led to a lot of both infighting with it. Go watch Sean's video on Posey Parker and her relationship to Nazis. It talks about it very, very well. Yeah, see, what's more destructive to your movement as a person, quote-unquote, advocating for women's rights? 100 trans women showing up to protest, or 10 of these guys showing up to support you? You know the answer. Power is complicated, and navigating the media relationship is even more complicated. You know, understanding how to best promote your ideology, how to get people on your side, it's tough, you know? And the problem is that the kinds of people that we're trying to support, or not support, we're trying to get the support of, liberals, moderates, the common man, right? They get scared off by stuff conservatives don't. Conservatives will support Milo Yiannopoulos after Milo Yiannopoulos threatens to dox trans people or whatever. But liberals will not support leftists who get in trouble for bike lock hitting somebody at a protest, like a fascist or whatever. It's a different game, and it's not fair, but we have to know how to play it. Because if we don't know how to play the game, we lose. And if we lose, we all die. So listen up, okay? You do not want to fall into the trap of believing you're playing the same game. Yeah, I've said this many times, but if you really want to look good versus the far right, don't show up in a black bloc. Don't show up as Antifa. If you show up as Antifa, you look just as scary to the average voter as the far right people. You even look scarier. At least a lot of them are showing their faces. You're in all black, like some kind of tactical camo warrior. What are you doing? Show up with a crowd full of people who look normal and show up with 10 times as many people. That's how you win. Show up as a bunch of dad grillers. You want to show up like you came here for a barbecue, okay? Listen, there is not a single conservative protest on earth that could survive 1,000 dads showing up in this t-shirt. I'm not joking. Vosh, you don't understand. These Nazis are the Kiwi farm types who would profile activists. Why do you patronize me? You think I don't know? You think I haven't dealt with it? I'm aware. They are not going to... First of all, the idea that showing up in Antifa or Black Bloc protects you from being doxxed is not true. For second, okay, you are far less likely to get doxxed if you're just a crowd of 1,000 normal-looking people who are all chanting from one side, okay? The people who get doxxed by Kiwi farms are the people who identify and distinguish themselves to the point that they can motivate a bunch of internet virgins to like target them. If it's literally just a bunch of just a crowd of people that are all just counter protesting, it's way harder to focus on, oh, do we target and dox the 43-year-old dad wearing this t-shirt, you know, or do we target and dox the one in the teal t-shirt, you know? Like it's different. I don't know, Teal Josh. I think that really depends. Sometimes you're just giving them more attention, sometimes not. That shirt's eroding my will to live. Why? It's good. Okay, whatever. This has gone on for so long. I meant to end stream over an hour ago. Let's just end the video.
And in absolute numbers, most events, they can't rustle up 4,000 supporters. But we can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter.
Wait. Hold on. Too many words, SDL. I can't read.
We can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And
yeah, dude, that's definitely something that was happening in Berkeley in 2016. It was a bunch of white cis men telling minority groups their struggles don't... That's definitely what they were doing at these protests to Milo Yiannopoulos. They were all doing, like, yeah, man, I'm gonna show up in Black Bloc and protest a fascist, but also, let me tell you... Come on. Again, just like making shit up.
it's worth mentioning, cops fuck with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning...
That's true.
Racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it.
True.
This isn't who needs to win. This is who needs to win.
Again, this is just a degree of political analysis that is completely detached from reality. The idea that real racial politics means not working... Win what? For who? For what goal? Does this guy know that like 90% of black Americans who vote for Democrats? Are they all white moderates as well because they support those white moderates politically? Like, if you let black people win, like you let them be the dominant voice, they'll just go and vote for Joe Biden again. That's what they're currently voting for. It's just, whatever.
And if you're white, you need to be over here. I've collected as many resources as I can find by POC on what they need and want from white allies and put them in the down there part.
Don't read them.
There's a plurality of opinions on this, so I recommend reading more than one, and it may not always be a 4,000-strong protest. Every direct action is unique, and must be strategized in concert with the people most affected. But what I can tell you is, when business gets done, white folks need to split the check. A movement cannot be anti-fascist if it isn't anti-racist.
Okay. It's just so funny because I'm remembering all those crowds of student protesters in Black Bloc who were like actively fighting the alt-right at Berkeley, and a lot of them were white. Like most of them were white. The idea that it's all like queer black people out there fighting against the fascists and like white people are all going like, you know, just. Okay. This went on way the fuck too long, man. You know, he meant as like folks with an X, yeah. This went on way the fuck too long, dude. Holy shit. Again, unironically, I know that this guy hates me and that there were problems with the video and blah, blah. But I've watched every video in this channel, even though a lot of them don't show that I've played them because I watched a lot of them like a while ago. And they are genuinely very, very good. Like these bits right here are just like rhetorical snippets that talk about very specific like political dynamics. And they're short and I think they're like really good. So I strongly suggest you take a look at them. I mean it, okay? I think that was his worst video, and the rest of them I would consider to be probably among the best in terms of rhetorical analysis on YouTube. Okay? You understand? You understand? He's at his best when he's talking about the dynamic of conservatives and fascists, which he does most of the time, almost all the time, in fact, and it's good. It's all right, Rennie. I love you and I forgive you. I think he lost the plot a bit during COVID-19. I think he got COVID madness, is why this one is worse than previous ones. But these two are excellent. I haven't seen Protagony 2 Abed, so. Okay. Didn't this guy call you a pedo? Everyone who hates me calls me a pedo. But just because they hate me and are therefore bad does not mean that there isn't value which can be taken from their videos. I've always advocated, like, for instance, Sean, I think is a bad person, legitimately like a bad person, but he makes phenomenal videos, so go watch them, right? Should you not go watch, you know, a movie or he struggles with mental health and is doing better than he used to? He still suffers from VDS, which I think we can agree is by far the worst mental condition a person can have. Wait, what did he do? Oh, God, I forgot. I've been streaming for like 5 years. There are new people who watch sometimes. Holy shit. I have to, like, re-explain things. He's a smarmy, patronizing, cowardly piece of shit cunt who talks down to literally everyone he disagrees with. He was also one of the people who was bullying and egging on Lindsay Ellis to leave YouTube. When people were mass harassing her over literally nothing, Sean was making snide comments about her being a racist when she absolutely was not. He just generally seems like the kind of person whose first, like, personal principle is being smug and right around others, and apart from that, he doesn't give a shit. I also remember fervently... Oh, that's right. He had a grudge with Lindsay Ellis because when he was saying that people shouldn't vote blue in 2020, Lindsay Ellis was like, holy shit, dude, we're literally dying over here, please. Like, we need Trump to lose to Biden. And Sean was like a huge asshole about it and like didn't back off. And I think he always held a grudge with her, and that's why he kind of egged her on to leave the platform. Didn't she nearly kill herself, or was that Contra? Anyway, Sean's a bad guy. Tell us how you really feel, Vosh. I like Lindsay Ellis's videos. And I miss them. She's on Nebula. I should get Nebula. I should. Do you think Lindsay Ellis is a good person? I don't know. I just think that Sean is like a noteworthily bad person. Like, he's distinguished himself to me. Like, Contra doesn't like me, but I don't think Contra's a bad person. I just think she has kind of like dumb bitch syndrome, right? Little drama mongery, maybe a little holds martini glass, sneers at you, a little you go girl queen, yes. I don't know. Whatever. She's smart. She makes good videos when she makes videos. And disliking me isn't exactly a rare trait, so I'm not going to get too up in arms about it. We could go over every single leftist YouTuber who hates me, and we could, like, one by one analyze their moral character, but I think it's Sean in particular who I have a huge beef with. That behavior with Lindsay Ellis was just, really bad. Do you ever call men bitches? I call men bitches a lot. And you know that, Major Tom. You're in my chat quite often. You know that I do. Oh, right. Yeah, no, Sean is like a total class reductionist. Said Trump was an average president. I remember. I have to read super chats. I'm reading this shit really quick, and I'm hitting the ad button. I gotta go. Today wasn't meant to be a full stream. God damn it. There was a lot of other shit that I wanted to do. Okay. Alice Payne, Piotr Online, Save Point, Prairie Fire. Thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Save Point, congrats on getting your wisdom teeth removed. Platonic Liquid and Simon S. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Michael Kozlowski, thank you for the 50 Norwegian Kronar. Thank you for the kind words. Happy to have you here on stream. Dylan Martin, thank you for the $5. I don't know about the film Spinning Squirrel. Irascended Kitten and N Brown 64. Thank you for the $5 both. Who's your favorite Berserk character other than Guts? Probably Shirka, I would say. Or maybe Farnese. David Stutler, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. The German army had good tactics and the Nazis crippled that. Yeah. Like, everything the Nazis touched turned to shit. They were too ideologically motivated, which is the case with fascists. Everything, with the economy, with internal organization, the bureaucracy, the military. The more influence the Nazis had over it, as opposed to, like, the prior bureaucracy, the more they fucked it up. No. What? Master Goo 1. What? The German military was shit. Okay, stop! I don't care! I don't fucking care! I know for a fact that the more there was Nazi involvement in the German institutions, the more they would fuck it up. They made it worse. Okay? Maybe the German military started bad, but then it got worse. There were like, you guys, you can literally read on instances of like German generals being like, okay, I have a plan to deal with the Soviets. And then Hitler fucking rolls over and he's like, I am taking the wheel. And then fucking crashing directly into Kursk or what, like slamming into a wall. There's many such cases, all right? That's it. Okay, sorry. Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the $10. Couldn't it be argued protesting can be a good strategy if it has? I'm okay with protesting. I'm not against protesting. It's the specific thing with the provocateurs. The whole point with people like Milo is baiting that kind of engagement. I'm fine with protesting, but it has to be done reasonably and strategically. Kyokas, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Chuck Norris, is there any way Jan 6 could have actually worked? Yes, they would have had to kill a lot of people, but yes. The Bread Boy, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Yeah, no, that video has a lot of irritating points. Still alive, thanks to the $20. So the main problem with Innuendo Studio is that they're grifters. No, Innuendo Studio is not a grifter. At least not to my knowledge. I just think that, like a lot of other leftists, or maybe Radlib in his case, I don't know, he has a problem with critical analysis of liberal behavior and liberal decision-making. Which we need. He's anti-tanky and anti-Stalin. Good. Yeah, great. He's not a tanky. Here, from last year, the more I read about Stalin, the more angry I get with tankies. Good, great. I think his videos are good. Watch his videos. It's just that one video rubbed me the wrong way. Okay. Benjamin Gilbert Leaf, transmedicalism is when you believe that a person's trans identity is something that can only really be verified or identified through medical transition, physical, like hormones or surgery, or through like the diagnosis of a doctor. Basically, medical means are the way of legitimizing trans identity. And class reductionism is when you make the argument that racism, sexism, transphobia are distractions from the one true underlying inequality, class, and that the best way to proceed forward and to achieve our goals is to ignore, or at least downplay, non-class oriented problems and problem solving in order to pursue a class issue, you know? Class reductionists are not as common now as they were like 5 years ago. Now they've all shifted into the full-on tanky, like anti-America stuff. But it's basically a form of like reactionary politics sheltering within leftist analysis. Noxamillion, I think it would be great if there were more leftist provocateurs, 100%. Like, the fact that we don't is, like, kind of a gigantic shame, you know? C. Jinmir, thank you for the $5. Maybe a good technique for provocateurs would be to fill the seats, then silently glare, like letting a comedian die on stage thoughts. I actually think that is a really effective tactic, yeah. If Milo Yiannopoulos or some equivalent is showing up at your campus, and it's in an auditorium that has, like, 200 seats or whatever, and you have 200 student protesters show up and just silently watch, then that could potentially be very effective. Milo, in particular, is the kind of person who might, like, in desperation, point directly to people in the crowd and go, "Hey, you're Mexican, huh?" And stuff like that, which means that it might be beneficial to only get students who have, like, very protected identities, right? Like, you'd want, like a bunch of white boys in khakis showing up. Just a bunch of white guys in, like, Zelda t-shirts and brown khakis, just, like, folding their arms in the chairs or something. There's potential for a really good thing there. Not to mention, another really good thing that you can do in situations like that is you can talk directly to the campus faculty, and you can try to see if you can get them to arrive on favorable terms. For example, imagine a bunch of people are dead-eyeing Milo Yiannopoulos while he's up on stage, and he's desperate for engagement. So he's saying, like, literally anything. He's not getting any reaction. And he points to somebody in the crowd, and he goes, like, "Hey, are you a Jew?" And then a, like, campus administrator walks onto the stage from behind the curtain and goes, "Sorry, we agreed beforehand. You can't directly identify anyone here. We're going to have this, you know, we're going to have you leave." That is a way of, like, that would be, like, a perfect win, right? Like, flawless. Because there was no threat of violence against him, and he got ousted for breaking a rule that he agreed to. Like, I'm kind of, like, fantasizing here a bit because I'm, like, setting up a very specific scenario, but the idea is you want to try to set in motion a certain set of conditions. And if you can do that, you increase the likelihood of a good optical victory, which is what you're going for here. And imagine how that would look from, like, liberal media too, right? Like, provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos, after 20 minutes of dead silence, calls a student a Jew. Like, how is he going to spin that on Tucker Carlson? How is he going to go on Tucker Carlson and go, like, yeah, so, like, you know... Like, what is he going to say? Like, he can't do the victim shtick, and he can't say that no one was listening because they were all there. He can't, like, it's a harder, you know, it's a harder thing for them to sell. And Benjamin for the $10. Would I join Nebula? I don't really make edited content, so Nebula wouldn't be a good fit for me. Those are all the super chats. I need to read the donos, but I'll do that next stream. I love you guys. I didn't mean to stream the full time today. I really have to go. I have to get tacos. It's Furman's birthday. It's Furman's birthday. I want to eat tacos with Furman. I'm going to send you guys over to iDub? Probably not iDubbbz. I'm going to send you over to Lumi Roo. So you can go over there and you can be nice to Lumi. And I think that would be great, personally. A reminder, by the way, to check out at least the 2 most recent videos in Innuendo Studios. They're 3 minutes each. You have the time. I know you do. You're watching this live stream. Check it out. I genuinely think you'll like them. I did. I'm not trying to give you guys a uniformly negative impression of the Soy Boys content. We all good? We're good. I'm going to send you over. I love you guys. I'll see you soon, okay? I'll see you soon.